Hello. We're here. We're here with a the Hyrule Shadows of Light Realm post stream thing. I very more or less impromptu. I just got them to prepare like a bunch of questions or whatever, and I'm gonna figure it as we go.
Hey, you and me both, bud.
Do you remember when you used to do those surveys?
The one time that I did that survey.
I swear you did
that was
twice.
a thing. I thought it was twice. I did it like end of chapter 2 times, and that was it.
Maybe? I don't remember.
I know one of them was the fucking what's the gear icon one? What is the thumbnail? I forgot.
It's chapter 2.
By the way, am I
Chapter
crazy?
2.
Did Fuji always have that symbol on her shoulder?
More recently.
No,
Ever since she had her banquet, yes.
Oh, I never knew they had the
Where did I
update.
put the questions?
Okay, cool.
So,
Snak always gets the update.
Oh, there they are.
just for clarity, if you didn't watch like the first episode and didn't watch anybody's introduction, hi, I'm Shade, I'm Ryan, the DM of this whole thing, and will continue being the DM on the Wednesday games.
Being betrayed, not betrayed, but
Being betrayed all the time by these fuckers.
I was gonna say being
100%.
portrayed by
Portrayed.
Being
Okay.
yes.
See, you're
Being
mistaken.
Hoshikuzu
That I'm on your
betrayed.
side. I'm on no one's side, not even my own.
Yeah, we know that.
Can't trust anyone, not even yourself.
Of course, we got the snack.
Hello.
Yep.
Hi. Yep. I play Fujino and previously played Lynn.
Yeah.
I am a ball of chaos.
Yep. We also got the silver.
Alright, sorry, I'm just making sure you hydrate so you can't speak for a moment.
You bitch.
There you go. Hello. Goal accomplished.
Don't forget to stretch.
Don't forget to stretch. Yeah, I'll do that.
Professionalism. All right. The images pretty much go alongside who's playing who. Of course, we got Silver playing Hyle. We got Devon.
Holy wow, that's me.
That's you.
I play the Rambu, who is a cleric. Wink.
Mm-hmm.
She's great.
Yeah, she's great.
She just got disavowed by her clan. It's all fine though.
Wow.
Totally.
Amazing. Great.
Wonderful
Vegetable.
Life choices.
Next, we got Zombi.
Hello, I am Zombi. I play Bisht, Featherune, and sometimes Roscoe. And later I will play.
Yep.
A mystery.
A future.
We'll find out eventually.
We'll edit that in post when he plays someone else.
You act like I edit
There will
videos.
be no post.
There will be no post. Don't you know he's going to be have Bisht and Roscoe thrown into a pool of malice and they come out as an amalgamation?
Oh God.
God.
Like,
Bisht,
you guys
but
say
with
trust
wings.
no one, not
Sorry,
even
no,
yourself a
no,
minute ago.
Roscoe.
Bisht 100% has contingency plans for how to get himself killed in the event that he goes dark.
Bish has chosen the Batman route. I even have ways to take out myself.
And
God, the Batman one's brutal too because it's like target my family.
anyway, then we've got
Kill my kids.
Then we've got Chris.
Hello, it's Chris, Christian, whatever heck you want to call me. I play Eon, now Eon Hogo-sha.
Okay. And last but not least, we have Sid.
Me.
The wonderful artist for all these bouncing people. Bounce.
Bounce. Jiggle, jiggle.
And I play Tama. Just snuck in here on the tail end.
I mean, that's what I did in Strahd.
Okay. So, I'm gonna take this whole thing sort of chapter by chapter without all this dramatic music.
What do you mean? Perfectly fine.
I have goldfish.
We're effectively going to do like a bunch of questions for each other, any other discussions that might need to be had in that regard, and we're just gonna take this free flowing.
Yeah.
So we first began this campaign all the way back in 2021, early February. No, late February.
For some reason, I thought it was 3 years at this point, not 2.
2.5-ish.
It's
Maybe
been
a little more.
80 years.
I mean, it doesn't help that we went from straw to this pretty quickly.
Honestly, I'm amazed how quickly we went between campaigns. Anyway,
Not gonna be like that so far.
we began with the prologue, starting the adventuring party on Hateno Island, which had Lynn, Hyle, Eon, Conrad, Toby, and Roscoe, all
boys
together
club.
being called. Sorry,
A real boys club.
a real boys club.
The boys club.
All being called on the behest of the royal family through Jorolf, sending them to Hateno Island to investigate the rumors about the temple that was within the mountain range, or within the mountain. That they effectively acted as a sort of tutorial to the world, where they got introduced to a lot of the concepts, encountered the first dungeon of the game, and got their hands on the Triforce shard. Shard of the Triforce of Wisdom.
Was that what one that was?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I
Uh,
feel like
don't
we did
finish
know
the
that. It's just
question.
been forever, and it's not actually a plot point at this point.
The only thing was they gave you the vision.
Yeah.
Yeah.
With the Triforce shard giving Hyle the vision of the coming day of the Blood Moon's rise, which is still an upcoming event, as part 2 of this
No shade.
campaign's title implies.
Whose silhouettes showed up during that?
Who's
Did
what?
we- would any of the candidates be in that vision, or is it just the ones you had at that
He
moment?
did give me a list, but he didn't do any specifications beyond that from memory.
Okay.
I think it's been a bit.
I think I do have the original list in my notes, my 25-page notes that have been updated to my WordPad notes.
I did give you like the names of the original list of them, which I accidentally did leave out one who ended up getting cut after that fact.
Yeah, I think I remember there was like 1 or 2 that got cut.
Yeah, there was going to be a Zora witch that was based around Krakens.
Bane, Blood, Dread, Dusk, Fire, Ice, and Rot. I don't know if I ever updated that after the fact to account for that.
So we've taken care of 2 of those.
Yeah,
We missed out on Kraken Witch? Damn.
missed out on Kraken Witch.
I do remember you actually mentioning that at one point, yeah.
There probably would have been a more extended section with you guys heading to Zora's domain, likely connecting to Crescent Moon Cove in some way. If the story padded out differently.
Okay.
It had all been different.
However, I was trying to make Manellan kind of the overarching antagonist of the first sort of half of the campaign, or of part 1.
Mm-hmm.
Can't believe Rambu is stepping on Kome's toes.
Yeah.
Being the
Fucking-
Dark Fire Witch.
So actually, that it does lead to like a first question for me. And specifically for Shade, were you ever gonna do more with the shards, or was it kind of just like here's a Zelda thing, the shard? Now we'll actually go into our campaign universe.
The shards are still an active plot point. I actually have the location of all of them written down somewhere.
Yeah.
Because early on, I thought story plots were gonna be not
Just
like
all
go
about
gather them,
shards.
but like enemies were gonna be in those areas because there'd be shards.
That was a
Snak, eh?
consideration at the beginning, but I decided that the Triforce wasn't really going to be as major of a thing, like throughout the whole part of the campaign. That may change with part 2.
Okay. Especially with the information dropped at the end of the last session too.
Mm-hmm.
Snak, I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Does Fujino have a higher AC than your previous character, whose name I just forgot had?
Lynn?
Lynn?
Depends on the. Depends on.
In general,
They're about the same.
which one's a little higher though?
Fujino consistently has 26.
Lynn
in
had
combat.
shield, and I think he hit 26 when he using shield.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but I'm not counting that because that was a spell I wasn't supposed to have.
As
Yeah.
we comment on, because I'm like, so I switched from a character with a small hitbox to a character with a bigger hitbox, and my AC went up. Snak switched from Snak discovered the female characters have a smaller hitbox than male characters, and switched, and his AC went down.
Do you know that you need to just hit?
They both evened out to be about 20-21 for the both
Okay.
of them, and they
You just
both
need to
have
hit-
ways to bump it up.
14 AC is the perfect number.
Also, this question probably going to get asked from me a bunch. Thinking back on it, would there have been anything you would have probably changed on that pre?
On Hateno Island?
Thank you. I couldn't think of the word Hateno.
If there were plot points that were more developed by that point, I probably would have, or like that were actually considerations by that point, I probably would have added a little more foreshadowing, maybe a little more development to the island itself, just to make it not feel as barren as looking back it kind of did feel for like the 11 sessions that chapter ran for.
Yeah,
Honestly,
Portcullis.
it's more barren than some areas that games start you off in.
You would have patched
Or
the
it's less
Deku
barren,
Nuts.
my bad.
This is a question to everyone.
Yeah,
Patch
he
out
would
the Deku Nuts
have
and get
patched
rid
the
of the
Deku
portcullis.
Nuts.
Yeah.
Oh, I would have patched the deck enough, certainly.
Would
But,
you have gotten rid of the portcullis?
That
No.
was fine. That was fun.
The portcullis was a beautiful moment, and
Like,
anyone
most
who
of that
says it
seems
should have gone
fine.
retcon is a poo-poo.
It's wrong.
Is wrong. Your opinions are wrong.
Yes, let me use the mage hand I get from my telekinetic feat to drop a portcullis on a man.
I
by
always
using the
appreciate
lever.
players coming up with interesting ways to use abilities that you wouldn't think would be able to be used in such ways.
And like just
And then
using
we
the
never-
environment versus just ability.
Yeah, I like
We never
environmental
ran in-
gameplay.
And then we never ran into anything I could really mage hand because everything else ended up being too heavy.
Actually, funny enough, a lot of what I was doing with Hyle at first was, in fact, environmental gameplay for the first few levels.
Mm-hmm. I like
Because
will
there was
say
a
that-
lot of instances of me dropping prone and using half cover and such to my advantage.
I will say that Roscoe interacted with his environment quite a bit.
Yeah, I think Roscoe had
he
a
had
very
that
intimate
upgraded hook
interaction.
shot.
Yeah, he was always quite face first with his environment.
Yeah.
So when do we get the double-sided hook shot for Roscoe?
Just zip lining everywhere.
Roscoe freaking anchoring finally.
So,
What I'm visualizing with a double-sided one, though, is that he fires it and then the other goes back into him.
Roscoe is on anchor.
It'll take me
Where we
there
going,
twice as fast now, and also my
dropping, boys.
kidneys hurt.
See, if it digs into your skin, then you can leave one hand open for anything else that you might need to hold.
Like your kidneys.
So, since this is going to be, Sid's not going to talk too much for this first half.
I'm sure
What
Sid has
was it
things.
drawing up these characters for you? Because, like,
How
I know
was
you've
it?
done characters before, but, like, Eon's a robot. I don't think you've done a robot before.
Who was your least favorite character to draw?
That's mean.
Jesus.
I won't
That's
answer
mean.
that one. But
That's entirely fair.
yeah,
Answer the question.
to be fair, Eon isn't horribly robotic.
No, he's very humanoid still.
Yeah, so it's not like he's not like Gundam-esque or anything, so it
I
wasn't
rem-
extremely hard.
More
I
Greek
remem-
statuesque.
Yeah.
It's a lot of the robotic
Here's what I was
features are
wanting, so I'm
in
glad.
the color and textures,
Yeah.
mainly.
I remember still, and I think I have them saved. You were like, do you want him to have like Mega Man armor where it would be like big old chunky arms?
Oh yeah.
Oh my god.
Dang.
my-
Freaking guts, man.
Kinda,
Years
actually. That's kind of
ago.
what the arms look like. And I was like,
I'm
I would
quite
love
happy
it,
with
but
what
no,
we
I
got.
want it. Yeah.
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 Actually,
I
who would you
didn't get an answer to my question though.
rather than who was the worst? Who was the hardest? Do you think?
Who's the hardest to
Most
draw?
challenging.
Stares at the screen.
Don't
Like
forget
the
the ones
originals?
that aren't on the screen now.
Or like
Yeah.
all of them.
How annoying was it to draw Roscoe with his mismatching socks and small
was-
fiddly details?
Actually
that'd
gonna
actually be
say
kinda
that
fun.
Roscoe had like a
Roscoe had a lot
Like-
going.
there were like parts where I was like, did I draw this right, or is it just this is what it looks like when you're a hot mess?
Roscoe was a perfect mishmash of what the fuck.
Had that one pink pants leg.
Yeah.
Oh my god, Snak.
God damn it!
But I think Roscoe, and then Bisht having to just be like, all right, bird arms.
I feel like the feathers would be the annoying part to me.
It was most of it was proportions. It helps that it was like I just like really hard followed kind of, or at least tried to, the proportions in Breath of the Wild 4.
Oh yeah, at least it wasn't like Rita's
Then-
from a different game.
The good
Yeah,
thing is
so
always
there-
having references from the games.
Yeah, it would have been a lot harder if I couldn't just like look up the models and see like, okay, what do their feather fingers look like?
Mm.
You know, and that helps.
Also, hope that like
Just like
90%
gloves.
of everyone else was, well, humanoid.
Human
God, I
adjacent.
forgot that Roscoe was wearing gloves on his hands, but one of them's missing one finger and the other one's missing two fingers, and they're not the same fingers either.
Yeah.
Yeah, I always forget about the gloves because they're also very close to his skin tone.
They are. They're very similar.
All right.
I actually do have a
oh, okay.
question for you, Shade.
Oh.
One that's I wouldn't say in turns bothering me, but one that's always stuck in the back of my head for a while. So when we first ended up starting and riding on the cart, Johan's cart,
Mm-hmm.
I remember specifically you describing him and just going and giving a few throwaway details. But you know, I make notes of those things because I think maybe they'll come up later. One of those was in a series of half of his tales. One of them was about a frost mother in the northern glaciers. Was that ever supposed to be a plot point, or were you just throwing that out for maybe doing something with later?
Yeah, that was a bit of a story detail that I figured, like, if people were coming from beyond Hyrule, would have been an interesting sort of story hook to have. And like, if I ever had you guys travel to the Northern Waste or something, as a potential patron.
Okay, so
or
it was
something.
one of those that was thrown out there, and if it happened, then you had the hook
Yeah.
already set, but you know, not necessary to occur.
It didn't secretly result in something else happening.
Yeah. no. Not necessarily related to anything. She is actually a lesser deity, I think.
Really?
One
And
second.
is Tama's mama. I'm kidding.
Oh my God.
Mom. The secret look thousands of
That's
years
like the
ago.
joke I think will continue for a while. Blank woman that we don't know of is Tama's mom.
Yeah.
The Frost Mother is the spirit of the northern glaciers, a lesser deity, symbol being a crystalline snowflake.
Was that from one of the Zelda games, or was that something you came up with?
That's
Okay.
something from me.
Okay, gotcha.
For the players, for Zombie would be Roscoe. Were there any other ideas you had for your base character, or were you pretty much set in stone, being like, I want it to be this?
Define that a little bit.
I'll give myself for example. Eon wasn't always going to be an astral barbarian and ancestral. I always do that. Originally, I was going to do the Storm Herald because the idea of going in the different areas he could have fire. Because I was specifically thinking like the Ganon Guardians from Breath of the Wild, having like a fire, an ice, earth, that type of thing. And then I thought of it a little more and went, no, that doesn't work. I need to protect these squishy people.
Lynn, once I thought of him, was always going to be a tinkerer. At least for the most part. He, for whatever reason, couldn't get a hold of his normal magic, so he made effectively a prosthetic for him to get to that magic.
Okay.
So he was always going to be some kind of artificer, and until maybe he found a way to actually do wizard shit.
And armorer seemed like the most fun one, which was at the time when we were building your character, that was still in UA, I believe.
Yeah.
Was that still in UA?
Yeah.
Yes, it was.
Oh my god.
2021, yeah.
Yeah.
We had to.
So was Eon's race.
We had to do like we had to like redo the sheet to update stuff from the UA.
Because we had originally, of course, Eberron was out for a long time by that point. I think it came out earlier that year. But we started coming up with Lynn's concept before Tasha's dropped, while Strahd was still going on. Which they didn't really change too much from the armor, I'm pretty sure. So it wasn't too much of an issue.
There's a lot of minor stuff.
There was a lot of formatting stuff as well.
But
Oh, go ahead if you need to finish that one.
For adventuring, though, he has figured out what caused his magical ineptitude. So if he comes back, he will probably be a full mage.
I swore we waited on someone for Tasha.
It might have been Lynn.
It might have been Lynn. Might have been Eon.
Yeah. I think Eon was all set because my race was.
Your race was.
Eberron.
It was the barbarian subclass though.
No,
actually.
that's
Is that an book? I thought that was Tasha.
That's from
Xander.
Xanathar's.
Ah, okay.
My first feat is from Tasha.
Ah, chef. Yes.
But of course
Classic.
we.
So that wasn't scheduled. That
Tasha's-
just Tasha just happened to have a cooking-based feat when I made the cooking robot.
So
There's a lot of instances with character design and such that it just so happened that a book came out at the right time.
Yeah.
Oh, that was like the essence of chapter 2, which we'll get to.
Yeah.
I think Shade definitely knows my answer to this question. Right, Shade? Let me go find the pin real quick of the build guide, because I remember when we started, my mentality from earlier editions such as Pathfinder was if you don't know what you're building, you're fucked unless you're just going a straight build. Now, I knew I didn't want to go a straight build. I knew I wanted a multi-class to begin with, but I didn't know which one. So I went ahead and made a build guide just on my off time, and I think I spent 2 weeks going through and just doing calculations and such because it's fun for me to do it. But part of it is also I don't want to be screwed over because of my stigma of earlier editions with that, if you don't know what you're doing. Which is like way before I really knew how 5e handled it, which was a lot more kind, honestly. It's like way more kind. But I also just generally have fun making build guides and doing calculations or stuff. So I made 9, eventually it seems 9 different builds for Hyle.
Good lord.
And I think the general idea was I wanted to be the skill man, as well as I wanted to do something with like. I effectively.
The skill monkey.
Yeah, I wanted to do the skill monkey, which I did eventually get to, and we'll get to that later. I wanted to do skills, so I had Rogue in there originally, but I also wanted to do like something with like a magic oriented thing at first. And so I was like, oh, because of the designs I sent in, I wanted to do like a fighter thing. So I had the pauldron in the original art, which never got changed. It's more decorative than anything because of how Monk works. But I think it was originally a fighter build with like a few rogue levels. And then I remembered the funniness of how Sorcerer worked and such. So it went places of just like, I'm just going to make builds just to see how much the calculations can go to. But I was like, at a certain point, I went, magic is kind of not my thing, especially with how much I'm dipping. Like, I could do a lot with it, but that also means I'm very limited with how much I could do in a single sitting. So I opted to do something a lot more simpler in the end, which evolved from like a rogue ranger fighter, eventually to like starting to incorporate monk levels and then getting rid of fighter level, or getting rid of sorcerer levels and such, and wizard levels, and eventually just throwing fighter away and just going a pure monk ranger build. Because I think at this point, Shade had said that we were probably going to be ending the campaign at level 17, so that was my ultimate build goal in the end. So I made an entire build that statted everything out from level 1 to 17. A very basic one for that. And then I did calculations between Hunter's Mark and Green Flame Blade and Sonic Blade was the main things for the spellcasters.
I think it's funny comparatively, because like mine was I wanted to be a barbarian because I wanted to do something big and tanky. I wanted to be a robot. That's it. Nothing
I had
changed
a goal.
besides the subclass being like god awful to actually kind of broken.
I had a goal, which was Skill Monkey, and I wanted to do a lot of hits with swords.
Yeah.
And so the original plan was 2-weapon fighting, which kind of went off, and then because monk levels and the Tasha is optional, made doing that way better. Because of I forget what the feature's called, but it's one of the optional features that when you spend a key point, you can do the bonus action martial arts strike to actually do a weapon attack instead.
Yeah.
So that was really good to get. That made for going 2-weapon fighting feat or even the fighting style way easier to do without having to dip into fighter.
Do you want to talk about your base idea for Rambu now, or wait until Rambu actually shows up?
That's a chapter 2 thing, I think.
I think that's chapter 2 thing. We still have a zombie for that one?
Yeah.
For this?
What was your...
Was Roscoe always gonna be the man that he was?
Roscoe class-wise was always going to be what he was, because I read the book and was like, this is cool. I want to do this. On reflection, I kind of dislike the class for being kind of out of theme for what it does sometimes.
Yeah.
I like bits of it, but I'm like, it doesn't really
Like the
build
glowy
on the
hand
same
thing or
feature.
whatever?
Yeah, like, because the whole thing is supposed to be that you have a thief's hand, which is like the left hand of a thief who was hung to death. Except for then we kind of like fluffed it that he had gotten his hands on like something of importance that I'm not even sure what we actually finally decided on, honestly.
A golden orb.
I've alluded to how Roscoe has got the hand, and
yeah,
because I remember distinctly like trying to like argue it into being he got his hands on the Triforce at one point, but then immediately biffed it by going, "I don't want to die," or something to that effect.
Yeah,
that's effectively what's been alluded.
yeah.
There's the whole
because-
backstory with Eon, in which it's like perception. You see some man reaching for the very important golden.
He was climbing up the tower, which had the Triforce at the top of it. So it's implied that Roscoe had managed to, had at one point managed to touch it at the very least. Whatever's happened after that fact, Who knows?
What was that subclass eventually? That was like it was a rogue
It's the Hand of
paladin.
Glory.
Yeah, it was a rogue
It's
paladin, wasn't it?
it's a rogue that gets the ability to do some radiant damage on sneak attack.
Mhm.
Oh,
It has to be on
gotcha.
sneak attack.
Yeah.
And then they get like some like light
I'll be right back.
spells via burning off charges of that.
Ah, okay, gotcha.
The thing is that like for one thing later on they get the ability to catch something on fire and it won't go out until there's no more material.
Ah,
Oh,
yes,
that's neat.
Amaterasu. Ability
Yeah.
that I made a joke about before.
Which
Like that
is
is
horrifying.
horrifying in so many ways,
'Cause-
especially if Roscoe dies.
It is a
Because
very
it's-
horrifying
it
way
is
because Roscoe can
either-
just be
either you turn
Fujimoto's
it
first
off,
work.
or you let it go. It just turns into Fire Punch. Whatever I
Yeah.
touch is burning it forever because I'm going to forget about it because I'll have died in the meantime.
God forbid
Now-
that
now when
Roscoe
you
ends
said-
up shaving or something one day and ends up using the hand.
No, when you said subclass, did it mean you had a character concept that was going to be different than this, as you said, schmuck of a man, pretty much?
Like personality.
Character concept, no. Roscoe was immediately what I was going for.
Okay.
Roscoe is
Roscoe-
perfection from the outside.
What was the original image they used? Because it was a very particular one from the movie. It was a one from the movie with Wilson, the volleyball, or was it a different one? I forgot.
Oh no! It was from the TV show Arrow.
Yeah.
Oh!
It was Stephen Amell.
yeah,
Stephen
Stephen
Amell.
Amell.
Not
Okay.
Robbie. Stephen.
You can really see
Stephen
it
Amell
when you know.
on an island, like
Pretty much
having
like the
his
beginning of the
dad having
series.
just shot himself in the head in front of him and then left him on this island to survive.
Yeah.
And then finding out that it's a military installation and yeah, no, that show gets out of
Mhm.
left field pretty quick once you get out of like season 1 because it's like, okay, yeah, there's a few military people on the island. Okay, now there's another military dude on the island and he has more soldiers.
Anyway.
And also here's a super soldier. And now here is Amanda Waller.
Yeah. But yeah,
Yeah.
Roscoe's inspiration for like the beard and such is very noticeable when you see the image for it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think we're good to go to chapter 1.
Does anyone have any other questions regarding the prologue?
I'm trying to remember. I think I had one, but I forgot during the middle of this.
I
If
have
you
a lot of
remember,
I have
questions
one
for
that's
Rambu
more
later
just
on, so-
tangentially
Hmm?
not related to much, but when the first batch of folks were here, who did you originally intend the Master Sword to go to?
So
Inevitably,
that
did you
was-
have someone in mind?
No, I've kind of been gauging that pretty much since the beginning.
I think from our conversations, you didn't really figure it out until chapter 3, right?
Yeah, it wasn't until like probably halfway through the chapter 3 that I'd, especially really going into the Arbiter's grounds, and only really until we got after that I determined that it would most likely be Hyle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think one of the main deciding factors was alignment because it required alignment originally, if not still. I don't remember.
I will say that, like, early on, from the perspective of the players, I assumed it was going to be Toby.
Yeah.
I think we all assumed it was going to be Toby until.
And then for sheer force of being like inconsistent, but also like some sort of like character growth moment, Roscoe. Was
Yeah.
my other
In the
thought.
hands.
Like Roscoe actually growing as a person and going, all right, I've decided
what I
I'm going to commit to being a better person. Puts on an actual shirt and tie.
What I
Across the
see,
Master Sword.
what I would see with Roscoe was maybe not be him wielding it like as the proto hero, but having a moment with it, being like maybe he got tossed from someone's hand or something,
I'm sorry.
and Roscoe picking it up but it hurting him and being like, "Oh come
That's
on!"
one of my favorite dynamics. One
Hand
of my favorite
glory
dynamics.
to try to hold on to it.
Yeah,
One of my
exactly.
favorite dynamics in media and Xenoblades, the beginning of Xenoblades does it really well, is when someone ends up not being a chosen person to wield like a very specific weapon that you have to be a very specific person to use. but fucking tanks through it regardless because they're the only one who can at the
Yeah.
moment.
Yeah.
It's really
God damn, my
good.
heart goes
Can
out
I-
to Dunban. That man sacrificed his arm for that shit.
Can I really quickly? Chris said like not using it correctly. My immediate thought was Roscoe attaching a rope to it and then swinging it around on a rope.
He's like, well, if I
Roscoe
can't
pulling-
touch you.
Roscoe
I-
pulling the good old Toji Zenin strat.
I did think Toby too. I thought if we would ever get the Master Sword, what would happen would be Toby, who is this like he's not young, but he was like the most inexperienced
I think the moment it
and like
became a
the
question.
smallest of us. And so my thought was always he would get it, and it would be
Yeah.
a thing of like us supporting him upwards.
It's a paladin. He's a paladin. And that was
Yeah,
always
that's
the
it.
assumption.
Roscoe with his sword on a rope. This thing's too long and the balance is wrong. Snaps the blade in half.
Yeah. Oh my god. I think I have additional stuff about the Master Sword, but I'll wait until we actually get to the chapter where it got
Okay.
retrieved.
That's fair. That's fair.
I do remember my thing. It wasn't
Okay.
more so a question, but a regret about chapter 1. And it does involve Toby. I feel very bad about how much we forced him at the end there to go to sleep. I feel like we should have handled that better, honestly. That's always bothered me since it occurred. I think it was because I was still in the mindset of Sir Knight Squire a little bit at that point. A very forceful personality, as well as a bit of Stanley, which I was like, I do not like Stanley. I enjoy the fuck out of Stanley when it comes to, hey, this is a guy I watch. I don't enjoy Stanley when it came to interacting with people because I
What do
realized
you
I was
mean
too forceful.
specifically on
It was the
forced to
fact
go to
that we
sleep?
forced him we knocked him out. We actually like physically knocked him out and such.
Did
And I
we?
felt like,
kind of
yes,
forgot
we
about
did.
that.
We did in fact knock him out to make him go to sleep.
God, I even rewatched those early ones. I don't remember that ever happening.
Yeah, I didn't rewatch any of them, but that really goes to show how much that's stuck with me since.
I'm not
we
necessarily
talking about
remembering.
The one noble boy.
No, we're talking about Toby when we were going to go fight the Dark Knight, and he got freaked the fuck out because we got ambushed by Yeager or something.
Mm.
Well, that might have been the next chapter even.
I think it
Was
was.
That
that-
would have been chapter 1 because we lost which
Right.
we're moving on to
Because
chapter 1.
prologue and chapter 1 are different things.
Yeah, I consider that as
Yeah.
effectively part of the same arc.
Yeah,
But
I forget the fact that those are different.
Was that the like session or two that I missed because like you said Yiga attacked us? And I remember I was unaware of Grisha's like
You did
Having
in
never
fact
met us.
miss that one.
you were not
Yeah.
here for Grisha's introduction.
I also don't
Um,
remember it, but I swore I've not missed that many sessions.
Speaking of, if we move on to chapter 1, just to give a small recap of what all happened there. Probably the most low key of all chapters.
Oh yeah.
As it saw you guys return from Hateno Island, successfully getting the golden shard, which, as you guys were on the island, you were properly introduced to Joralf, who joined you on the way back. You guys were ambushed by calamity creatures, or calamity corrupted soldiers, and a dark nut sent by Manellan there to retrieve the Triforce, the shard of the Triforce, which in the ensuing battle, though, you unexpectedly killed the dark nut.
Yeah.
Hyle was slain in the ensuing battle, soon resurrected by Link using a fairy crystal. Who had been tailing the group of soldiers that you guys were traveling with. Beyond that, you got to Castle Town, being escorted by the newly introduced Grim and Hela, which was sort of a because I knew there were going to be major characters in chapter 2. I thought to introduce them in chapter 1.
Yeah, I did get the impression after the fact.
There you met Shahana and Harkin, after a not-so-chance meeting, as it turns out, with Shahana pickpocketing Hyle at the time. At the same time, you also actually formed the group Golden Harvest, where you also ended up going to Forte City to meet Kaladalia, who sent you on a job to Willengard, where you once again, of course, met Shahana and Impa, to figure out the whole dead hand situation. On the way there, you also encountered Grisha, which I completely forgot how many key NPCs actually showed up in Chapter 1.
Yeah, it was a lot. You don't think about it until it's like put out in front of you.
Yeah, you dealt with a dead hand. You were given a warning that a dark note was following you, sent by Manellan, from Grisha, and you
What a boy.
Hyle got the calamity corruption that was sticking to him, taken care of by Shahana, who revealed to have some sort of divine power, and you all took care of the Dark Nut, pretty much putting that chapter to an end.
So I'm just going to throw the major question out here, and I think we have had a conversation about it before. I feel Chris will have a follow-up with this one. I feel you know which one it is. Were you expecting us to get that many crits against the first Dark Knight?
Oh, hell
no. Yeah, freaking Toby crit smite followed by Lynn critting. It was nuts.
That fight lives in infamy for Eon because it's the first death.
Mm-hmm.
Eon missed like 6 times, and it would just teleport right out of range. And at the time, he had no range besides like the javelins he already threw.
Mm-hmm.
It was like the anti-Eon. Like he would run up, go to swing, miss. It would then teleport behind someone, and it's like Eon now can't reach it.
I think that really set up Eon's character arc going forward.
Yeah, it does cause a problem in this arc that I caused, which was just random bouts of Eon getting very angry for no reason.
I feel like it's understandable though.
It is.
The problem, like with Hyle, and then in turn leading to Link. Yeah, but I still remember this day us being in a bar and some noble being like, "Oh, the guards aren't doing anything," and Eon getting like really, really angry.
Eon was really high strung. He was really tense because of the situation. Still, I feel.
Yeah. To me, the thing wasn't like Eon wasn't constantly tense. It would just be random sessions I would be tense, which led to Eon being tense.
Was there a reason for that in particular? Or
no, actually, it was just like randomly, like I'm RPing and I just like, God, everything kind of sucks. Fuck. And it just kind of led to Eon being like passive aggressive to people for no reason.
Eon definitely was passive aggressive for a while.
So
I felt that we made the good decision of like just reeling it in a little bit more.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
Because around then when I had like a tangent, and it was like, okay, I'm taking this too far.
Had I not started with Lynn and started with Fujino, is there anything you would have changed story-wise? Shade?
I think Kaladalia would have had a fair bit larger presence in the campaign.
Okay.
I feel like the twist would have been easier to see coming.
Yeah.
If she was more in the spotlight.
Is there anything you would have switched with Manellan?
With Manellan? Probably not. I think she would still have a massive hatred for Hyle in particular.
Yeah.
Sounds like a her problem.
This does bring up something that I feel a little I wish we did something more with, which was Lynn being a noble and supposed to have a guard. I wish we had more moments with that, of him having to like duck out, or us having to like defend Lynn from some asshole that was like, "You're going back," and we're like, "No."
There's a moment in chapter 2 that I want to bring up concerning that later.
Yeah.
Rupert was a very funny character that I do wish I was able to use more, but the situations were never really there.
Rupert just got the short end of the stick.
Yeah.
If I had I'll wait for chapter 4 for this question. Never mind.
Okay.
Yeah, chapter 2, man. Yeah, we ended up securing the Triforce the first time we got it completely delivered. You were planning on that getting stolen then, weren't you?
I wasn't planning on having it stolen. If it was stolen, then, well, that might change up a little bit of what happened in chapter 3.
Really?
Manellan would have been a little more focused on the Triforce versus you guys.
That really was what set her off then, huh?
She was very pissed.
That was also completely her own thing. That wasn't with the other witches. That was just, I want the Triforce because...
Yeah, Manellan's whole thing was trying to get rid of her dragon curse, and she was going to use the Triforce to do that.
Man, the more I hear about the Manellan, the more
my cat just stepped on all of my keys, crashing my computer.
Oh my god!
I was like, "Oh hi, cat," and then Shay go. I was like, "Oh no! Oh god!
Oh my god!" My screensaver came up. That scared me for a moment.
All right.
Okay, sorry.
I was gonna say the more I hear about Manellan, the more I just can't. I can't feel anything but man. That sounds like a you problem.
It really is.
So, did you have Shahana planned to join us, or was it supposed to be just like she's important? It wasn't planned to be like the 7th Ranger.
As far as her going with you, I wasn't really anticipating it going to the extent that it did. As far as like your guys' interactions with her, most of those were planned.
Yeah,
I think
especially her being in Willengard and everything, because that was even mentioned by Impa, her introduction session.
I think you putting the fish hook down with the "I stole something from you" kind of thing really set me up for a vendetta, or at least say, "I'm gonna get you back for this."
Vendetta to love, what a romance.
Yeah, she tried to steal something from me, I forget, so I stole her heart in return.
Damn.
So Eon's always had like the I'll use mother instincts. Shahana, I think, was one of the hardest ones I was like working with, because I remember like, okay, deep breaths. You clearly have like a confidence problem and like an anxiety thing. Deep breaths. Here's some tea to take at night to help. I remember walking her through like 3 different sessions for something like that.
Yeah. Hal's always been a little shit with people, but he's also more of the, I'm gonna mess with someone to an extent, but I'm gonna be pretty good about it afterwards. And that's how the Shahana situation with him ended up during those moments.
Yeah. I still remember, like, my memory for this game is like surprisingly well. The more I talk
will be
about
right
it.
back.
Okay.
I still remember very well. We're at the inn. You're getting your wound cleaned, and then the Dark Knight happened. The Dark Knight showing up, and you just scooping her up and being like, "Okay, we gotta go."
Yeah, because the Dark Knight was particularly after her, from memory of what
that
we
one
ended up finding out.
Yeah, that one was specifically after her, but I remember it being like, "I can't set you down. Everyone else has to do something."
I thought the Dark Knight was originally after us, but when
it was after us, but it sent Shahana's holiness.
It was after
Shahana. It retargeted.
I very specifically remember my mindset of that. Of you helped me, and it's after us, and I've come to the conclusion that it's after you at this point in time. I don't want you to end up paying the price for what was our fault in the end.
I remember most of us getting to it pretty quickly, but you still not. You could set her down for like a turn while we attacked it, and then you'd have to scoop her back up and be like, "You're ready to go," and then just move.
Monk speed.
Monk speed is always proved to be the winner in early Hyrule.
Like if this would happen now, what I would feel like would be like Hyle and Shahana would be like that Itadori moment with Nabara. Where
Yeah.
it's like, can you run?
Which
no,
one?
And then he just
okay,
blitzes.
the Curse Brothers.
Yeah, we'll get the Curse Brothers, where it's like, okay, I'm gonna run, and then just Sonic speeds away.
Yeah. No, I think Hyle being Monk was ultimately the right decision for early Hyrule.
Yeah,
because
definitely.
I think that changed a few things.
The movement helped a lot.
The movement really helped.
Mm-hmm.
Back.
I'll go back.
I was just talking about Hyle scooping up Shahana.
We're talking about the entire situation with Shahana at the Dark Knight coming after us originally and then sensing her. And then he was like, you immediately scooped her up and just ran with her. I was like, yeah, because I felt that I was responsible for her getting caught up in it, especially with all the information we found out. So I was like, she helped me. It would be shitty if she ended up paying the price for our own mistake.
Mm.
And I was also saying that Monk level was the right decision for Hyle to start off with, because I think his movement speed definitely changed a few things.
That and the Winter Soldier shield catch.
I
forgot about that.
I still need to draw that. I've had a sketch of it on paper and it didn't turn out well. I need to try that again.
I'm so glad that 1D&D has changed the way deflect missiles has worked to just deflect energy in general, like anything.
Yeah.
But like every time I was like, is this a missile? Can I just deflect it, Shade? They don't define missiles very well.
What's up?
Backtracking a little bit. When would you ever had a Ren show up if Fujino had been a starter party member?
That is a hard question to answer.
I feel like him showing up where he would still work.
Yeah.
Because I don't feel like it's a time thing with Ren. I feel like it was a power level with Ren. It's like
I feel like
this
Ren was
power
inserted.
scale, and then Ren hits being your block.
Ren felt like an insert at a moment rather than anything else.
And what I'm meaning by that is, like, if we had Fuji from the beginning, it feel like it would have been the same thing. It would have been around the same time, because what had happened is we hit our
It could have very well hit Chapter 3.
Max level of like power at that moment.
It could have been Chapter 3. It could still have been Chapter 5 when like the whole dragon.
It was whenever she ate the demon.
By the way, there's a bot in chat.
Another bot, huh? All the time.
Bot
all the time.
I think if Fujino was there, Shade would have had more time, because I think Ren was definitely you came up with him probably a few weeks in advance, and then we're trying to find a good place to put him.
Shade's faster with the band than I am.
The hand.
And it probably would have been whenever she like.
It did feel a bit fast, but that's just how the situation ended up working out.
Showed up no matter what. It was just how fast Fuji got all the demons.
Okay, fast is the wrong word. It felt inopportune, but there wasn't a better moment for it.
That's fair. I feel like it probably would have happened so around there. In my head, the reason he showed up is like Fujino's wild with power, not like crazy, but like her power's unstable.
That would have been a good moment too. I think that might have been a better moment, as Ren cuts her down from being on a power high or something.
Well, she kind of was, because she was being tormented by the shadows.
I mean, like in a moment in the middle of it.
Oh yes, totally.
Because right at that point, she had control of the shadows. I think I don't remember.
She was
I thought that was
to control it.
Yeah.
The problem is her power high was in the divine realm. We couldn't just have him walk. I mean, it would be pretty cool if he just walked into the divine realm,
just like, what's up, motherfuckers?
And then teleported out.
That would have been an even more inopportune moment.
It would have been really cool, though, but yes, totally.
I feel like Fujino could have had a little bit more struggle after the divine realm, but I think that's a conversation for another chapter.
Yeah. Hey, you forgot two NPCs that showed up in this chapter.
Who were they?
Hela and Grim.
No, he did not.
Mention them.
Oh, did you? I missed that. Sorry.
Yes. Yeah, they.
I do like how you introduced them originally,
Yeah.
with the entire Link thing. Oh, you never asked the question, Chris. I thought you would have, which was and it's probably because you asked it to him before. It was the entire Link situation with him trailing behind us.
Oh no, I was gonna ask that, and then my computer crashed.
Okay.
Well, it didn't crash, but it harder stuff for a second.
What's the exact question?
It won't be exactly, but the idea of was Link always following behind so many paces, or was it like shit hit the fan?
He was going to arrive after 3 rounds. That was always the plan. You guys managed to beat it in 2.
You always had a fairy crystal, yeah.
Yeah. He always
Yeah.
had 2.
He had
Eon
two.
still has
Yes.
that fairy
He
crystal.
used one to
He
revive
does.
Eon, to revive Hyle, and then gave the other one to the party.
Which
The,
Eon has never left his
Actually,
his
no, he had
fucking chest pocket.
He
had
had
three?
3. He actually had
He had
3.
3. Why do you have
Oh.
3?
Because he had received a blessing from 3 great fairies, and those were the blessings. One was used.
That's a finite resource, eh?
Yes. One was used on Hyle, one was given to the party, and then one remained unused.
And I don't think that's coming back.
Hmm.
Oh,
Unused,
great.
you
The
say.
Blade Master has a fairy crystal.
The Blade Master has a fairy crystal.
No, maybe that's why he regenerates.
Oh my god, we get him to like the final. He takes and he pulls out the crystal, and we're all like, oh, come on.
Maybe that's why he regenerates, is it got subsumed into him when he was transformed.
Maybe.
Game 1 with
That could be
the
neat.
fairy crystal.
Fairy Blessing did something to help him retain himself.
That could be neat.
Man, I can't wait for that fairy crystal once again to be forgotten about and then pulled out finally at the most crucial moment necessary. It's always the things that Shade forgets about that throws them off the most.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
So only because I just remembered it. You brought up in passing, it was the annoying noble about people going missing. Was that specifically Stella? Because they were mentioning her going missing in like Castletown and the
Stella
area
wasn't a
around,
noble.
where Stella was like.
No,
Wizard.
the one that was hitting on Shahana.
Oh, that guy.
Gary
Right, that
Fortunato.
guy.
Yeah.
He
I
was
forgot he
going to be
existed.
someone that I was going to bring up a few times, but it was never really opportune. He was effectively going to go through this sort of background arc.
Uh-huh.
You started as a snob, and
I was
like,
actually- He wasn't really necessarily
He wasn't
intended to be
snobbish.
snobbish. He's an idealist, but he
He's an idealist, yeah. That's why Hal's interaction with him was never like condescending. He understood what he was about.
That's
It never would have been condescending either.
And like I said, I that's when I realized I was being too aggressive as Eon.
Yeah, you know, you are right.
Well,
I do
he-
remember
he
that.
had an arc that ended in the wormification of Castletown.
he
Oh my
was
god, that would have been fucking terrible.
he was going to show up in this arc. I can confirm he is still alive.
Okay, cool.
He did make it out.
But he was
Wormification of him if he became a little bit more of a presence in the background, though.
Mhm.
God damn, pulling
not
the Resident
him
Evil
getting
out.
wormed. Not him getting wormed, but he.
But like
he
doing
realized-
something, like holding a
he
charge
became-
or something.
Yeah, like he became this hero of sorts to this group of people.
He had points.
Like the,
I'll give him
like the
that.
heroes of the refugees or something like that.
He definitely helped out in the earlier parts of the invasion when you guys went off to the Sacred Realm and all that. Ultimately, he's probably somewhere to the south now.
Yeah.
Okay.
He was a background character that didn't
Yeah.
have a lot, but he definitely influenced how I thought about information concerning all the stuff he told us about how Castletown's people are being murdered. So I don't remember what it was
Yeah.
exactly.
So what?
It was-
It was Castletown people being murdered and disappearing, and the surrounding area.
Those reports were personally inflated from me because I did not consider the per capita detriments of that.
Yeah.
Because he was like, the king's holding all the guards in the castle, and they're not doing anything to stop anyone that's being killed or murdered or kidnapped.
Garion is the reason, despite Lynn not being there, Garion influence on the others is kind of what influenced Lynn to think of the king as kind of a knob.
Yeah, that is what started. Like the king might be.
The king is a knob.
Yeah.
The king's knob arc.
Lynn, if he had stuck around through chapter 5, he had a chance to speak to the king.
Yeah.
Before he would have had a soliloquy of like, I understand why you did what you did,
But you're a
It was
fucking
still a-
dunce.
But
you're a dunce.
You're a dunce.
And what happened to you shouldn't.
But yeah, was him talking about that someone specific or just in general
No,
like
that
shit
was-
fucked?
That was just a sort of shit's fucked.
Shit's
deal.
fucked. Situation's fucked. King's withholding.
I didn't know if that was like you being like there was the worms kidnapping people underground secretly or some bullshit.
No.
Mm.
See, he moves to Shower Maid and becomes your advisor during the break, Chris.
Were you expecting Hela and Grim to be as important as they were?
Yes, that's why you introduced them.
Yeah.
He said that already.
Well, the reason I was saying that because they're like the only NPCs that are like super important that have no art, really.
Not
Fair.
necessarily true.
I mean, Appa doesn't have art.
They have the art from the book they're from, you know.
Which I
That's
never
fair,
used
yeah.
because I made Hero Forge minis that didn't look nearly as good.
No.
I was at a certain mindset at that point.
You should have kept with the regular art. It's from the book. You own the book.
Yeah.
Which I ended
And
up
then-
using the Hella art for that anyway.
Yeah.
and then we edited it to make
Shade
it.
on his Hero Forge mini arc.
Yeah.
When we made Hela after her Karnsteinification.
Mm.
Yeah.
Is there any other questions about chapter 1 or shall we move on?
Not that I can think of.
I mean, the common one. Was there anything that got scrapped, or did
No,
it pretty much go with the plan?
Chapter 1 is one that I did not write out extensive notes for.
Just let us
It was
read
an
stuff and
appendix.
see what
It was
happens.
an append to prologue.
Yeah, I effectively wrote it like I had a general outline of like the major events that were going to happen. Like you guys were going to get sent to Caladolia. That was always going to happen. You guys obviously could have taken a completely different route, but that was the obvious route to take.
Oh, you know what? Now that you mentioned that, you did mention before that Harkin was the one who sent it. Was that? I don't remember how that went. How did we meet Caladolia again? I thought it was something to do with the other mage in town
Yeah,
and
no,
how he was ripping everyone off.
Harkin made a
you
comment
had-
about how he was ripping everyone off.
Yeah, so, and then Harkin sent like recommended Caladolia to you.
Okay.
We were also in like the stage of
You had just
wanting
gotten
to
like a lot of
go-
money as well.
wanting to go, and us ourselves being like a whole new map to check out.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't regret spending that money.
Oh no, of course not. Now think about it. There was something when we first got handed the Hyrule map and then got to the main continent, I was expecting us to because I was thinking of Breath of the Wild, us hitting the different capitals.
Yeah, I thought that too. I thought we were gonna go to the Zora domain, and I thought we did go to the Gorons, but I thought we were gonna go to Rito Village as well at some point.
Yeah, I thought we'd like to hit Rito. We would have like a fun moment with the.
I was sitting here
Gerudo.
expecting Zora domain the entire time.
Same. I'm surprised we never touched it. I was sitting there like this will be a real fun moment of like because the starting party had no females of like are we gonna do Gerudo Desert, and then it's like well I guess Eon's the only one allowed in because he's genderless.
Just like Gorons are allowed in.
Yeah, exactly. Unless it was something like I was like I mean I guess Hyle could could dress up. Because again, I just played the game. I was like, "There's no way anyone else could blend in."
My only real note about that is, I feel like I might have set up some false expectations about like what kind of campaign I was going for.
Oh
Yeah.
no, we got handed a big map, and I went, "I bet we're gonna touch a lot of these spaces."
I had a big map. My other expectation was more monsters. Because the entire sign up for the Adventuring Guild, sign up for the Adventuring Guild. You guys should sign up for the Adventuring Guild. It looks like we're doing monster hunting in between.
Yeah, and also it being like, don't follow the roads, don't cross the plains, otherwise you'll be constantly attacked. And it's like, oh, okay, we'll have to.
Which is still a factor, but you guys also did stick to the roads most of the time.
Oh yeah, I had the most fun a lot of the time making it an even number while traveling. I would move the micro millimeters so we would have an even number
inches.
when moving.
All right.
Instead of 220.2, I'd be like, no, I can lower that to an even 220.
For the sake of brevity, how about we move on to chapter 2 then, so that we can finally get Devon involved.
Yeah, I have a question for Devon.
No.
Recap first.
I don't want to be involved.
Yes.
Fuck. So, going into chapter 2, which one other thing to mention in chapter 1, of course, you did have a say. Actually, no, it started in chapter 2 before you guys headed out. You first talked with Link, who had mentioned he was going to be heading to somewhere in the southern side of central Hyrule, which, as it turned out, would be the place of his death.
Rip.
Yeah.
Then
Rip it to the good one.
you had received a letter from Rara Shatabanes, the Duchess of the Faerun Province, about disappearances going on in Star City, about specifically a job that she wanted you to perform in the province. So you had all gathered your party, having Toby depart at the time to head home to her manor on the outskirts of the Great Forest, where you ended up in a puzzle mansion full of a bunch of automatons.
Resident Evil Mansion.
Resident Evil Mansion.
Tapa's Puzzle Mansion.
Which you got through pretty good, without too much issue.
Man, you guys did a really good job at that.
Meanwhile, Hyle getting himself stuck upstairs.
Yeah, getting stuck upstairs, and then everyone blowing up.
I was so banking on sequence breaking there.
Yeah, I know you were. I could see it running in your head.
I was like, this looks like a sequence break.
There was also the reveal of you teleporting, but you also had to be like, everyone's turned away, beep.
Everyone's turned away, lights are off, or something. Whatever was the situation.
That
was still hiding Sheikah traits.
You were given your job to investigate the many disappearances in Star City. Where when you headed there, you were introduced to Rambu, who was someone that Rara had appointed to the mission with you guys. As you investigated the few days for what was going down, you met Grim and Hela at the time, who believed that that undead were involved. You met a spooky priest. You met a depressed Dompe.
Dompe.
He was very depressed. You eventually found out, or you met the mayor, who was very sickly, and her ward, the Lady Stella. Of course, we know who she turned out to be.
Bitch.
Rambu?
Yep.
I'm not wrong.
Technically, you found out about the spooky priest, who was actually a vampire in the end. And it all came to a head after Hela got kidnapped by the Lady in White, and brought to an underground city that you discovered an entrance into with a bunch of Nosferatu.
Lynn and Hyle had their underground adventure.
Yeah.
Where they met Grisha on his way down.
Yeah, where you found out that Grisha was in the city, heading into the underground. You guys burned a church down.
That's
We
not
did
our
do
fault.
that, didn't we?
Did you guys do that? I don't remember. I don't think I was there for that one.
I
Sorry.
mean, like, not on
You-
purpose.
You were there. You guys had discovered
You went
the
underground at
entrance
the time.
Oh,
to the
we
underground.
didn't burn the church down. The church
Stella
was
did.
being burnt down. Yeah.
Yeah, the church burned down around us.
That
but
wasn't
we,
our fault.
We happened to be the people that entered last and left last.
Mhm.
It didn't burn down around me because I was not on it while it was burning.
What are you talking about? No one saw us leave
Um,
that church.
Or wait,
Yeah, it's
is that
fine.
did I jump out of the church? I forget. Was that a different thing where I jumped out of?
No, we left
No,
via
you-
catacomb and entered into a
Half of us-
mausoleum. Yeah,
Half
Okay.
of us went into the-
When you had discovered the Valentine's eldest son, you had like jumped to, or like you had hookshotted to the window or something of your guys's of where you guys were staying. I'm pretty sure.
Uh-huh. Oh, also, I very importantly went on a solo wander through town to
Got a
go
hammer?
fishing
Were
and
you-
met the
I
ghost.
can't
Were you
believe
first-
Roscoe
It was
got
not a
the
ghost, but a
biggest lead.
vampire.
I thought you were talking about the
immediately-
hammer, dude.
Supposedly a vampire. I've still received no proof that she's an actual vampire.
After all of that, you descended down into the underbelly of the Farron province, where you discovered a Zonai city, first guarded by a big ol' serial killer maze dweller.
Yeah, it was like
yeah,
the
who-
butcher or something like that.
The butcher.
The butcher.
Where you first encountered, where you encountered Stella, who was posing as a kidnapped victim, with the mayor seemingly also kidnapped as
Having been
well.
kidnapped.
Where she eventually, after the butcher was killed, revealed herself as the Witch of Dread, Stella Karnstein. And you, after that, got into the City of Stone.
We fought the thing that made Tama good against worms. Before that, though,
You're right.
we fought the.
You guys fought Narcomentus.
Ah, yes.
Yeah, the first technical
The
dragon.
dragon that one-shotted everyone.
Because it
The
went
dragon
first,
that
and
went
we couldn't-
fucking first
The dragon that went first and went, you know what?
and went breath
Fire.
weapon.
I would have done it too.
Yeah, accompanied by Grim, of course. You first met the merchant. Big spidery boy. I love him. He's fun.
He is fun. Let's just
And
see
you
him
met
again.
the other wardens, or of other lieutenants of Stella, who held the keys to get to her House of Dread in the center, or like at the edge of the city. And you guys did pretty well with that. Eventually getting to the bridge, leading to that, where you guys were blocked
check out
off as a vampirized Hela approached, causing Grim to rush forward and then get both bitten by Hela and then stabbed by Grisha and thrown off the edge into a lake of malice, the very same river of malice that eventually led to Castletown.
Mm-hmm.
Moving along from that, you got into the House of Dread, where you had to put down the newly vampirized mayor, Afe Shravaron, and fought your way down. You did, of course, manage to redeem Hela.
That was
How-
very clutch.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, how close was Lynn to losing Hela there?
I don't necessarily recall 100%, but it was pretty close.
I think it was really close from memory of what you said.
Um,
I think it was like due to some bonus he got that he managed it.
yeah, you fought your way otherwise through the manor. Got
met
to the
Mr. G.
You met Mr. G, who was possessing the body of one of the thralls that, in the end, threw themselves off the bridge. and you eventually faced Stella, bombed her coffin, and put her down as she faded into mist. Right after which the whole thing was beginning to collapse as you guys.
And we also had that
Hmm?
the really annoying moment of darkness. No one sees anything. Fuck you.
Yeah. You had escaped the house, gotten across the bridge, where Grisha was waiting for you as Stella reformed. As it turned out that she would not stay dead. After which, Roscoe decided to go along with Stella just for a good time, you know. And
Yeah.
I remember it being like fellow immortal, something like that.
you guys had made all your dues, given a reward as you reported everything back to Rara and the families involved. And two of you were given a noble title.
The only two
The only
Yeah.
that could really.
I have to say, I think this was easily the best chapter for Rambu to have shown up on because of how many counters she had in her pocket against Stella.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
made her seem strong. I mean, it's
Twilight
almost the same amount of.
Sanctuary ending charm.
Yeah, I mean, if we had
The
Toby,
invisibility.
we would have had stuff like the aura and smites and stuff. But yeah, it's
Mhm.
pretty good too.
Mm-hmm.
I have 3 questions.
I have answers probably.
Okay. First,
If they're for me.
If we want to actually, before that, follow up on a question that was asked during the prologue for Devon about other considerations for character builds.
Yes, I was about to say.
That was actually my question for him.
Oh,
If you
perfect.
didn't do cleric, what would you have chosen for Rambu?
/ other ideas you had before Romulus.
The other ideas that I had, I was toying with a druid. Also star themed. It would have been Stars Druid. Or the left field option was going to be Alchemist, but we already had an Artificer at the time, so it was like, well, that's.
I vaguely remember it being like, "Do we have any healing?" And then you going, "Oh, okay."
Yeah, it was like, I need to be the healer, I see.
Because that would be fun. Because like you're a spy and you have your little poisons and reagents.
And then I switched to Bisht.
And then Bisht.
The irony there with the stars.
I don't remember if there were any others, but it was basically like they need a healer / support, so it was like, okay.
I remember when
Have
you
a
joined,
guy
you
who
had
just
like
keeps jumping off and falling off things.
you had like not a fascination, but you were like Rambu was real interested in Eon.
I
think
remember
it was
Rambu's original
very
thing was
funny.
dreams.
She still keeps that dream journal. I just don't mention it as often because
Yeah.
it's sort of like
A level
I-
murder.
at this point. I think it's just assumed that she still just asks and we just deal with it.
Yeah. But
it's
I remember early on, Rambu having like an interest in Eon, and internally I was like, it'd be neat to have like, I always knew Eon would be like non-sexual like parent, but it would have been neat if there was like something grown there between. Sorry about the background.
What the dog doing?
In the background of between like Rambu and Eon, because of just like Rambu being like, this is a fascinating thing I've never seen, and Eon being like, someone has interest. But it just never went that direction, which is fine, because like I said, Eon's like non-relationship. Not because he doesn't want one, because it doesn't matter if he has one or not.
Yeah.
So
There's
What?
there's
Sorry.
love without sex. There's sex without love, and there's and then there's
You without both.
both.
Yeah.
Oh.
So Shade.
What up?
Was Alamir the one who brought down the House of Dread?
No, that was that was a reaction to Stella's death, because she did die. And then
Yeah.
she was revived by the by her pact with the Calamity.
Okay.
The
She did the entire Vampire Misty escape thing, and I imagine it just put her back to full HP because of Calamity.
The nature
Like
of
a
it
mythic
is that
revival.
the rejuvenation actually will revive you after so long in the closest, safest space, which beneath the all the rubble and the ruin was not a safe space.
So, Sid, how was it for drawing of Rambu and Stella?
I'll never forget Stella's skirt.
Yeah.
Yeah. I really liked how it turned out.
Oh, okay.
I really liked it.
Good skirt.
It's probably one of my favorite ones.
Yeah.
And I did really. Rambo is probably up there for player characters, of which characters I liked drawing. I liked the.
Rambu's
style
original
of
design's real good.
Yeah.
It just has a very nice design overall.
Oh yeah.
It also has like a very like you see it, you kind of get who this is.
It makes the Sheikah clothing work for Rambu. She made it her own.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I love. Go ahead, Zombie. I've been cutting you off.
I have many questions from this particular chapter that I did not ask,
Oh yeah.
but that I would choose to ask to Rambu mostly because it's funny to ask them to Rambu.
Oh, no.
Are you willing to apologize for Stella stabbing Grim and probably kidnapping Hela?
Am I, as Rambu, willing to apologize? No.
Yes.
I'll bounce off of that. Was Grim always gonna die and Hela turn into a vampire, or was it
Yeah.
kind of?
Was she always going to get kidnapped in that moment?
She was always going
Is
to
that
be
a canon event?
She was always going to be captured.
Okay.
Her being vampirized was also an idea. It was actually going to get worse. Because if you guys had let her flee and not have been able to like properly bring her back, you guys would have encountered her at the same time that you encountered Hologram.
Hmm.
So that would have been
neat.
sort of a sort of tag team battle.
But
We would
but
not
the reason I was
have
asking is
abandoned
I
her.
didn't know if we would have gotten like a reversed where like Grim was kidnapped and we had a.
You can't just throw Grim off a fucking bridge and expect us to let her go.
Yeah, but I was gonna say I didn't know if it would ever have a chance of it being reversed, where we would have a vampire Grim in the future.
No, because the situation wasn't set up like that. Grim was always like sort of the researcher. He was actually, funny enough, he was the spellcaster.
Yeah, I remember
whereas
us talking about that.
Hela
Yeah.
was more of the martialist.
He was the cleric, she was the paladin.
Yes.
Oh,
Not
So,
the impression you
Rambu.
get off of Grim.
Go on.
Is it true that vampires can separate their heads from their body and fly around as just like a head and
God.
some
Is that
internal
why you
organs?
posted that one?
No comment.
No comment.
I will
So-
neither confirm nor deny that Stella can
Oh yeah,
remove her
Zombie,
own
I did
head.
have an answer for you. No, she's not a vampire. She's a Dampier adjacent.
yeah.
So all the vampire talk did make me. I reminded myself of the cape that Eon had.
Yes.
That
very
did you
fun cape.
did you ever actually have? Because who was that originally for?
No one in particular, just not Eon.
Just
It's
not
just a thing.
Eon.
Just not Eon. That was
Not
weird.
Eon.
Because I read it and I was like, oh okay, I'm cursed and I can turn into a Dampier. How the fuck does that work with me?
I mean, if you ever look at Dampier's like table for what they sustain themselves off of, there's ideas.
Oh
You-
yeah, I was like. I
you
had
your
ideas.
corrupted soul by feeding on the life energy of others or something. I don't know.
I had
I-
like a really cool art idea of like Dampier Eon. I change, and then instead of like the mannequin mouth now, it would be like split jagged teeth.
It would
But the
be
teeth
it'd
would
be like
just
the
be his
automatons.
mouth. Yeah,
Or it'd be like the
totally.
robots in Nier after
Yes,
their faces break.
entirely. entirely. That was.
Mm-hmm.
But then it didn't happen, which I was also glad for because I don't know how I would have felt about having like an evil Eon.
So wait. Was it a vampire or was it Dampier that changed you into?
It was Dampier.
Oh, that's not as bad. That's not as bad at all.
I have since updated the items to be especially meaner.
Yeah, it was. From my impression, it was vampire. I was like, oh, he's just gonna lose his character. Cool.
No, it was Dampier. That's why for like a week, me and Shade sent DMs back and forth, being like, okay, so how the fuck does this actually work? Does he need to eat? Because Eon doesn't need to eat.
All right, so I've closed the document now. I'm restraining myself to only 3 questions. So Rambu, does Stella make you follow the dress code and shave your legs?
Oh my god.
That's saying she doesn't just have naturally.
We had to negotiate the shaving. She wanted me to shave my face, but instead I insisted that I would shave anything else, so she thought it would be funny for me to shave my legs.
Hilarious.
Supermodel legs on Roscoe.
So is that the cyclist legs?
It's like it's Patrick Star.
What's up, Snak?
The obvious question. How would Stella have interacted with Fujino if I wasn't playing Lynn?
Cabedon.
Probably would have played into Fujino's sexual interests.
Okay.
The pretty lady interest.
Yeah.
She's a vampire, but she acts like a succubus.
And Snakes ease and being seduced by Shade.
Yep.
Oh my god, the amount of Dracula references and other references after I've reread everything.
There were even
I didn't catch Karnstein until I started reading Carmilla because I never read Carmilla before that.
There were three main references I drew from for like the entire chapter. Plus the fact that Von Richten's had just come out by that point.
Yeah.
So I was able to use some of the new creatures and some of the concepts they introduced in there. Nosferatu, and then the big old Juggernauts. They're fun.
The Strixes.
The Strigoi.
Yeah, the Strigoi. I had pulled from the fact that I'd like just read most of Dracula by that point. Carmilla, which I had read several times. And then actually there were a few references to like our Curse of Strahd game as well. Like one of the areas was named Pendleton something.
I didn't catch that. Pendleton. It's somewhere. I'm not gonna do it though.
Okay. Well, I am.
So, what was with the? We entered the mausoleum and it was Roscoe, like the Blinn Slayer, with like 1 million tally marks. Was there anything there specifically, or was that just more like background lore kind of fun?
That was just a funny little background reference. I
feel like most things with Roscoe is background references.
Yeah. I was just wondering. I didn't think so, but I didn't know if that was also like a homage to Curse of Strahd because of the.
No, the whole mausoleum was kind of a reference, but also it's a city. It has a graveyard. The whole scratch marks was, of course, a tally of how many days Roscoe thought he was in there, until he eventually was able to get out.
Roscoe stops counting. Roscoe doesn't get to a minute. By the way, when he tries to count time, he gets bored. So he'll count to 57 seconds, and then just tally that up as a minute. He gets to 57 minutes. He tallies that up as hours, and then he gets to 20 hours, and he tallies that as a day.
I'm struggling to stay up, so I have 2 questions, and then I'm probably gonna dip.
About to say, in that case, ask any question you want for the rest of the season.
What were your plans for Lynn if he stuck around? And would there have been like more nods to Somna getting corrupted?
Absolutely. Somna probably would have been a fair bit more of a character there might have been a chance of you guys going to the Twilight Realm at some point. That's still a thing that'll probably happen.
Yeah.
Ultimately, yeah, just there would have been some extra character focused stuff. Same as everyone else, pretty much.
Okay. Before you disappear, Snak, was there other ideas you had for our good girl here, or was she kind of Dragon Knight, had a crush on Callie, girl boss, woman lit the entire time?
Effectively, yeah.
Okay.
Fujino's a very simple
They would
woman.
have been fully martial even if they weren't a Dragon Knight.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I just happened to write Dragon Knight by that point, and woohoo.
Everyone is just a Dragon Knight at that point.
Yeah,
Mhm.
I was like the first person, because we would look at the sheet and go, oh my god, it used to be written this way.
Yeah. And then my last question.
Mm-hmm.
If Fuji had unlocked demon eating mode and was there for the Manellan fight, what would have happened if she had been the one to slay Manellan?
She might have sapped like some of the essence. But most of her power was lost after she went into dragon form.
Okay.
Because like doing that, especially treating it as the effective mythic form, absolutely ruined her. Hence why she effectively ashed away after that point.
So it wouldn't have been like eating the Demon King or anything else.
No.
Final thing for you, Snak, before you disappear. What was like the big change that was like sudden for either Lynn or Fuji? Be it the realization of having to go back, or
it was
Fuji's like sudden change in powers.
For Lynn, it was first failing the Valentines, and then the vision from the temple. Really, what like changed, guided me to Lynn needs to go home, and then for Fuji, it was like, Shada's up in this path that seems very fun. I will lean into it and go.
Okay, it was less dragged, more you fucking charged heads first.
Yeah, he was like, hey, Snak, you've done a thing, and I'm like, interesting.
Nothing.
Okay.
Starting with slurping Shadow Link like a strawberry daiquiri.
Mm-hmm.
Does anyone else have questions before I die?
Nothing I can think of.
You have a good evening, Snak.
Good night.
Oh, sleepy.
Good night. I mean, Sid doesn't need to ask questions. I tell her everything about Fujino.
True.
Good.
Okay, so for Shade, was there anything? I'm gonna ask this every chapter. Was there anything specifically cut that you're like, it just doesn't fit or it just doesn't work?
You're never gonna do anything with the Zonai stuff, are you? Beyond that one reference?
Probably not.
Okay.
Especially considering how much the Zonai has changed from my expectations.
Yeah. Jungle people to sky people.
I'm going to keep it relatively with what I have currently. Because I was about as accurate as I possibly could be when it came to the underground stuff that I wish to get.
That makes sense.
As far as like anything cut, I The only thing that I did cut that I'm probably going to circle back to later, I've talked about it a few times, was the you guys actually seeing through the like playing out um the survivors perspectives in the when facing the butcher.
Gotcha, the Von Richten Survivor one.
I was going to have you guys be playing as survivors trying to make their way through that maze area.
Okay.
To show off the butcher as a threat and to potentially determine what kind of vampire spawn you might encounter.
Okay.
Because anybody that had survived that situation would be vampire spawn that the main party would have to fight eventually. But I think I ran out of time to work on that. But otherwise, chapter 2, not a lot went on the cutting room floor.
I
There's
could
a
think
big
of
chapter.
something, but I don't know if it was ever actually because we caught on real quick to the to the church and Roscoe finding her that random night because there was like a whole thing with the school and like a merchant's area.
Was that a random like encounter chance, or did you just because he went out in the night, it just so happened to work that ways?
That had to do with a set encounter of one of the Valentine I don't remember his name off the top of my head. The Valentine eldest child getting attacked.
Okay.
Because he was searching, trying to find his sister, who had gone missing.
And Roscoe just happened to be with him. Okay.
Yeah, Roscoe happened to see what happened there.
I
That was said
love
on that
how
night,
quickly Eon just like, let's go check the church, and it was the church.
It's always the church. I did like the fact that the church had catacombs
It's always the
connected
church.
to it. So even though she set it on fire, we had a way out without anyone knowing who was left in there.
And that wasn't just me giving you guys a way out. That was always planned for that.
Yeah.
You guys actually getting out of it that way? Not really in my expectations.
And like a lot of things, honestly.
I make these connections. You guys manage to use them.
Yeah.
Okay, so this was the start of Hyle not being what Hyle, having to teleport. Things were starting to... How long were you actually gonna hold on to the Hyle being Callum? Callum? That's it?
Caram.
As long as
Caram.
possible, considering that I never, in fact, stated anything, and it had to be other people who did so.
Like, so if that never happened, would post right now anyone ever know?
No. Unless it was a shade thing, no.
Because it really wasn't until chapter 3 that the name was actually known.
Yeah,
and it wasn't until Ophelia had said it.
Yeah, this is just the start of him hiding stuff, is why I brought it up.
Yeah.
And I hid the Sheikah trades, and the moment that those came out, I was like, okay, that's fine. But I never had an obligation to say anything, and that's always how I rolled. It's always been shade.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, what happened to Toby?
He's in his village.
Did his village survive everything that happened post chapter 3?
Why wouldn't it?
I don't know.
I don't know what chapter 3 has to do with anything.
I don't know what any of the chapters would have to do anything.
They would have survived the winter because they would already be prepared for it.
And they had a strong paladin boy for the monsters.
And they also had a strong paladin boy to make sure that that everyone
And a
ended
strong
up okay.
paladin boy.
Oh
and an
man, I
entire
just thought of a
painting
really
for
neat
him.
idea that like Toby standing in front of the fence with in the arch gate, just being like, no.
I want to point out that they probably have a painting of Toby doing that crit on the Dark Knight in their church. Because I sent that
I can
to the
believe that.
church specifically.
Oh, that's great. I forgot about that. Is there anything else post around chapter 2? Anything for you, Ram? I called you Ram, Devon.
Not for chapter 2 specifically. I think.
Oh, no, I do have a question. After Devon, of course.
Were there any other people that Stella would have gone after, in a sense, that she might have decided to fuck with, or
Potentially.
potentially?
It would really be a matter of who she found to be the most interesting.
There's also
to deal with.
whoever besides Eon got the dampier cape could have probably been interesting for her.
Not even really that. She's most interested in the worst in people.
Mm-hmm.
Or the worst potential. And by worst, of course, I mean darkest potential.
I think Stella really set a precedence for what to expect with the upcoming witches at that point, especially with her not just dying and the way she pulled things. Because you'll know in later chapters, I use specifically what she pulled during Sarah's City to kind of point out a few things about other witches and why to be suspicious about certain people.
Yeah. I can't
Despite
really
it being
pinpoint,
a failing in a degree.
I can't really pinpoint exactly who she might have been more interested in. But I'm sure I would have figured something out. It just so happened that Rambu was the most interesting one to work out there.
Mm-hmm.
Hilarious.
Corrupt someone. Corrupt someone that shouldn't be corrupted.
Okay, on to chapter 3.
I did have a question, though.
You do have a question?
Yeah, another one? Okay.
Yeah, I had a question before, and I let Devon continue as. Just a small one. Now that time's passed since it, I know it's such a minor event at this point, but it still sticks with me. What are your guys' thoughts with the entire Grim situation now that time's passed?
You mean the
with
whole
him getting thrown off the bridge and it being Stella who hired Grisha for it? Your thoughts on characters?
It's still a little weird for me, just the idea that she hired Grisha and that was the only time Grisha had. It's a good scenery moment. It's just
clarification.
Yeah.
It was not Stella that hired. I believe it in the end was Manellan.
Okay, that works a little better.
Okay, there was heavy implications, and I think even outright stating at a point that it was Stella.
There was the letter in which it was they're starting to get closer. We need to take care of at least the man.
Oh, that letter to the priest she was leading him on.
Ah, got it.
She expected him to be the culprit, the expected culprit behind anything. He was the fall guy.
If anyone less persistent, it would have just been the priest.
Would have been the priest, and that's too easy.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I didn't believe it.
Fair. But no, it being Manellan makes a little more sense, because I was like, I don't know why she would hire him to do it, and then he would get so far to then be murdered. Or if it's Manellan, it makes no difference when he's murdered.
She's just mean.
Yeah.
She's just mean.
I feel like the timing was a little too perfect again, but again,
Manellan.
Manellan. The actual method of doing it was on Grisha. He just needs to get
After all,
results.
we have Rambu, or we have Manellan, and then the cooler Manellan in the room.
I would just, because to me, it's one of those things where it's like, I feel like if Grisha really tried, he probably would have just killed him above ground.
Where did Grisha get the Wall of Force?
That's the thing.
That was not him.
That was not him.
Right, because she was.
Was that not his arm?
She was separating us specifically so those two would have to fight each other.
I don't know if I'd call that a fight.
No,
Well-
that was an assassination. It was not Grisha that set that up. That was I think that was a combination of efforts actually.
Really?
Oh,
Man,
Specifically
people
'cause
really
it-
just wanted him to die, apparently.
When I meant those two fight, I meant Hela and Grim. Like,
Hmm.
I feel like what it was is via maybe the territory. Stella goes, "These two are gonna fight, and you're gonna watch. Fight your best friend, maybe
these two-
lover."
Technically,
You're gonna fight, and winner gets killed by Grisha or something.
it was effectively Manellan, but it was through Alamira because due to the actual river being there, Alamira was present
Oh my gosh, I can't believe it. You missed
because
the truck.
Alamira served as like the or like a lot of the worms making up her body were coating the walls of around the actual river because they were of course digging through. And it'll be noted that she can produce a barrier that you can't teleport through.
Yeah. That was like, what, a 10 by 10? It effectively covered the bridge, didn't it?
Yeah, pretty much. It was intended.
If you
to
had
stop
given
guys.
me a moment, I was going to jump off the bridge and teleport to the other side to try to help Grim.
Mm.
But you didn't give us a moment. You didn't even give us a second. It
Yeah,
happened.
I was
and
also gonna try and air step around it with my flight.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're gonna do like the weird dance thing the Wizrobes do.
I felt like
Yeah.
there should have been enough time to at least get to the other side if we couldn't have saved him.
Mm.
yeah,
that's
like
that's a thing I feel sore about.
like
I
Hyle teleports
probably
in.
would have
tab.
done that situation differently if I were running with the experience that I have now.
Yeah.
I still don't think he would have made it.
No, but I would at least like the chance.
Is that
To me, I'd rather it be the no chance at all. Like the way it was. Like, I
Hmm.
understand it's like we could have made it, but at the same time, I feel like then it gets a little sloppy.
Hmm.
Where
I feel
it's
like
very
Grisha can do
clean.
enough damage to where he would have taken him out in a turn or two, if even that. With the way Grisha was, especially at the end of the chapter, there's no way we could have beat him because he fucking has action surge and 3 attacks.
I'll be right back.
Is that everything related to chapter 2?
I think so. It is 9, so I'm gonna need to get up.
Okay. We can do a break real quick.
Okay, I'll be back.
Break time.
Break time.
Break
Right.
time.
Do you
with a
have
break.
any added notes, Sid?
No, I'm just listening in on people's. See how Snak would always give me like little updates on things.
Hmm.
It's interesting to hear other people's like retelling of similar bits and be like, I remember this part from ages ago.
I need to refill water. I went through a lot.
Go refill your
Also,
water.
I also had a rather salty soup, so that doesn't help.
Okay, I'm back. I guess we took a little break.
Yeah,
Okay,
getting snacks and everything.
that makes sense. I just got myself a drink. So, what were you? So I'm trying to word this well. Sid, were you expecting for this to turn the way it did with so many character arcs done for you?
So many arcs done for me?
So many characters done by you. I said for him.
Oh.
We practically gave you something like what, $200, if not more, just in like the first session.
Yeah, definitely. I definitely accrued some cash from player character art alone.
Yeah, and we have
But-
what, like almost 13 full arts.
I think so, and some like headshots and stuff.
Well, I'm also meaning
Um,
like how there's like 4 versions of Fuji and like 3 versions of Rambu.
That's
Even if-
true.
Even if some are like color changes, it's still you have to go in and change those colors.
I never mind. It's interesting to see characters like especially Fuji with like, oh, the hair color's changed. Oh, well now there's like a hornless version, and just like if the character events are happening that I always
I
like that
remember-
when like the story changes a character's appearance. So
Yeah, that's one of the things I'm a little sad about with Eon. Like he got like the strength belts and the death sword, but he's not had like a big
Here I am once again.
design
Welcome back.
change, which he
Yeah.
will season 2. We're hoping for. But that does remind me, there's something I wanted that I never did get. I
yeah?
wanted
Yeah.
just his tattoo, because I remember I was going to make that my phone background.
Mm.
Like no coat, just the tattoo itself.
See, I thought you were gonna say I
Because-
want to
I
get
don't
it
know
on
how.
myself.
Because I don't know if you ever designed it, but in description it goes from shoulder to shoulder.
yeah. I don't know if I still have
Get it tattooed on
the
yourself.
file, the like program file for him.
Like if we were to go back to the early commissioning stages, I probably would have gotten a coatless Eon as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because the way we do it now is just different. Where we have the almost every piece of art has to have 2.
That just happens to be how we get the character designs.
No, but it makes sense. Like I like that idea because you get to
Hmm.
show more, or it shows like a difference in character, and it just being like the loss of one thing.
You know what's funny is the other day it was brought up. I think it was trying to be like, oh, when did we get the art? Because you got the art before the story started.
For
You got the art started to
Lynn.
go. And I was like looking up because I was like, oh, when was it? I was looking through my character files, and at the time like the art, I'd put the references and everything in an individual folder for each person, and so I'd have your character's name and then your name, especially because I didn't really know.
us that well yet.
Yeah, so I'd be like, I'll forget whose character this is if I don't put their name in there. And so I have Silver's, and it says Silver Karam, and I was like, when I was looking at it, I was like,
Who the fuck is Karam?
like, did his name used to be Karam and it changed?
Mm.
But no.
That was
I mean, technically, but
that was the thing I struggled with the first session only, because I almost accidentally called him Karam like right away.
instantly.
But no, it was almost ironically, it was kind of perfect in timing because what would happen? It would be like almost every 3 or 4 sessions we would get a new piece of art because it was Lynn, then it was like Lynn, Eon, Hyle. You could track when we got our art by who was the person on the thumbnail
Yeah.
Yeah.
for a
pretty
good chunk of time.
much. I think we eventually had like everyone in by the time like we were a few sessions into chapter 1, I think.
We got Toby right before he left,
Yeah.
or right at the same time he left.
No, it was
'Cause I-
before. We
Okay, it was. No. What it was is we got Toby right after he sold a bunch of his weapons.
Right, yeah. Yeah,
So
that
we
was,
get the
that
art of
was
Toby with like these axes and spears, and it's like I only have the long sword right now. I remember the not the irony, just the chance that the prequel dungeon had a vicious great sword, and I was like, was that because I got a? And you're like, no, I just happened to put a vicious great sword here. I didn't expect Eon to just be a great sword user.
I had determined the loot before the party was fully determined.
Just perfect timing and
Mhm.
perfect it was destined. He technically still owns it.
Everything since has been with your guys' consideration, and then you guys bought magic items.
Yeah. She was talking about how character growth, changing appearance is fun, and I wish there was something that would change on Eon. I guess the most that would ever change on Eon's he actually looks proper,
It'd be a more outfit,
like a
Mhm.
a
less
style
worn.
change.
Yeah.
Maybe an actual belt instead of a rope.
Well, I mean, he has the oh god, what's it called? I can't remember what level it is for this. Blue Lionel?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, Blue Lionel belt. But I can't think of anything else that has changed besides he's gotten slightly dirtier from dings and cuts.
Oh,
A
yeah.
little dented.
I have never been shy to detail the fact that
All right, I'm back.
something has
Hi.
been damaged on Eon.
Yeah. So I had a realization about the previous question I did ask. If we did have the opportunity to have gotten to him on the other side like we planned, that would have been the first major, from memory, the first major moment that Hyle teleported using the Sheikah traits that he didn't do without anyone being able to see it.
Mhm.
Which would have been really good character growth.
I think someone did see the first teleport.
Someone
just
barely
one
saw
mentioned
it, but
I
no
think
one
I
mentioned
I
did.
think
Yeah.
no, I think it was Lynn because he was the only one that actually had dark vision.
Yeah.
Right.
But that
other
would have
than-
been a I drop it because this is way more important than the values I'm putting up. That would have been a good character moment.
I think that was actually a cliffhanger when he got thrown over, right?
Yes.
I think so, yeah.
Which I feel like I had mentioned the irony.
Yeah. I think someone was like, "Can I featherfall?" and then realized they didn't have featherfall or something.
It was like,
Oh,
can I
no.
featherfall? And it was Lynn being like,
Oh,
can
I
I
think-
run to the edge and cast featherfall? And it's like,
I think it was that, "Can I cast featherfall?" when I see him getting thrown off the bridge, and you just immediately vetoed it. No sale.
So it was also the part of time it was like, sure, it won't make
You
a
really
difference.
wanted him to die.
It's like you
I'm
could
saying that's a
featherfall,
joke.
but you're feather falling into lava. I don't think it makes that much of a difference.
Gentle descent into hell.
Hey,
Yeah.
60 feet can save someone's life.
He's
I
dropping
don't
into lava. and he
necessarily
doesn't
remember
know.
the exact reason why I vetoed it. I'm not
You
necessarily.
just straight up vetoed it. I think your logic was just there's no way you could save him, even though I think there was a few ways.
I think it was less that he vetoed it, and more like he emphasized that it would be pointless to cast it because he's falling into.
It's
the
not
mouse.
pointless. We could have saved him. You had a fucking hook shot. We had a rope. There's so many options available. I was straight up planning on if Lynn did it to use the teleport to get to him.
So
it was too far for my hook shot.
Yeah, it would
Yeah,
be
that's
60
why I would have
feet
taken
because
your
the
hook
shot's
shot.
only 30.
That's why I would have taken Roscoe's hook
Flash,
shot off
the
him.
hook shot only worked on wood.
It worked on people.
Sunstoned it on people.
Yeah, it does work on people, but there's always the chance that you just get yourself sent flying because the way the hook shot worked. God, I can't speak.
But the point is that the hook shot is too short range.
Yeah, you would need a long.
Because I had
shot
to
for
tie
that.
together 2 sets of ropes to be able to reach the malice. When I was deciding to go stick rope in the malice to fish around and see if anything bit it.
I believe the river was about 300 feet down. And
I
of
opened
course,
Reckless,
So
but my
heavily.
plan was just like if he got Featherfall, jump off, teleport to him after taking Roscoe's hook shot off his, because he only had it on hook, so he didn't have it like entirely attached from memory.
anyway,
Close belt.
if we're all back here,
I think we're still missing.
we
Devon.
can move on to chapter 3,
Devon, you there?
where do we have Devon? I don't think we have
No,
Devon.
you just didn't.
I don't think
Okay.
so.
How dare you, Devon?
Well,
Devonless.
This does make me remember. I remember early on you're gonna like you designed a dungeon to mimic an OG Zelda dungeon,
oh yeah, I made one based
and
off
you're
the,
like,
the
I might do
first-
this for a special, and then it was like lost to the annuals and time. God, I can't fucking talk right now.
Yeah. I was mostly training myself with the map making software by that point. Figure maybe I might do something with it.
It was also a
and
thing
I
of
did.
like, it was also a thing of like when you jumped into to making stuff for Zelda, you like fucking cannonballed. Again, you made like 200 items for this
Yeah.
campaign, and there's almost no way we're gonna touch like 150 of them.
That's
Yeah.
Twitter talk.
He's right. He probably
Yeah.
most likely will not be touching any of that. I actually still have that dungeon, actually.
Oh,
Yeah.
fun.
Yeah.
Because I remember it was also a thing of like, you're like, maybe I'll make a source book of our campaign. Because this was around the time that like
I mean, by technicality, I did.
I was about to say, because this was around the time Critical Role was coming out with their own source books.
Hmm.
So you're like, maybe I could do that. So if anyone wants to touch a Zelda-based thing, oh, also because I watched early sessions again, there was a moment in time you're like, enough subscriptions or anything, and we'll do a Majora's Mask, and I was like, we're gonna
Oh,
do
yeah.
a Majora's Mask.
Term
that
campaign.
was a good while ago.
Yeah. Not happening.
Not
That was
happening.
like only
Um,
prequel.
I toyed with the idea of the Majora's Mask sort of one shot / mini adventure, but it didn't end up being an interesting avenue to take.
Especially after the horrid Halloween one we had like the year before.
There's always a matter of learning.
Man, that Halloween one was awful.
Well, thanks.
I'm glad that one's lost the time because I hated myself in that.
Anyway, not really the topic.
Sorry, it's just a
Um,
tangent.
I also saw the PDN file for the overlay for Saurus.
Oh,
Really?
It has been.
by the way, are we
over
gonna
a
do
year
this
since I looked. Do what?
for breaks in the future of like
Do
other
this?
streams? With the bounce.
Maybe.
I like that idea, even if it's just the portraits.
It's cute.
Yeah, I just set it up today. I
Yeah,
had
but
it.
I
I had it in mind all week and did not get around to it until today.
Because I like the idea, especially on like break, if we cut to this screen so that it's at least something.
It's cute.
Yeah.
Um,
They're also all, besides Tama and Ren, close to actual size.
well, there's a very good reason for that.
But are we gonna get like full art of Tama next season?
Probably.
Probably, yeah. We sort of have full art. We have full body art of Tama, but it's like doodly.
It's yeah.
I just now
yeah.
imagine like the high definition portrait
We
of
gotta
just like a stick figure body.
We got a few
Yeah.
arts of Tama, but none of them are stream other than this one.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Oh.
None of them can be classified as official art.
Yeah.
They would technically fall under the use of fan art, actually.
Correct.
Yeah.
It's weird how I have made the most fan art of like anything.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You've done good on a few of them.
Mm-hmm.
I'm glad I had to take a break this week. I was thinking of doing another chair one just for for the
Oh
fun.
man, I
More
am
shares.
feeling
Because-
the burnout on my end for art.
I was talking about that, and I
I'm
don't think I
powering
talked this
through
with,
it.
with Sid, but like our two attempts at art is very fun, where you're like pounding the fundamentals, and I'm like, I'm just gonna keep drawing until I get good enough again, or fuck it.
I got so discouraged just doing it that way, so I'm just like, if I'm doing it, I'm going to sit down and make sure I do it the way that I should.
I was never a fundamentals person.
I wasn't either, but I failed so many times. I'm just like, I'm going to make sure to make myself get it this time. I'm not giving up this time.
Like, I think one of my
Just
favorite
reject
ones
the
ever,
structure.
and I wish I had it. I don't know where it is. I think I gave it to my girlfriend at the time, so I think it's in storage somewhere. But it's just a skull. I had never had art done of a skull before. The teacher just put a skull with a scarf around and goes, draw this. You'll be doing this for
Right.
the next month. And that's what I did.
Oh
I
my
just
God.
sat there doing a skull for a month, and I love it. A couple days ago, I was like, maybe I should take a
Oh, my
picture of
tablet's at
myself.
100%. Cool.
Maybe I should take a picture of myself and try to do a self-portrait again. It's been forever. I was like, should I? I don't know.
I took like basically one drawing class
Yeah.
in college, and I really loved it. It was figure drawing, and you can get figure drawing classes, not classes, but just like sessions too. Just like not even out of a school. They're really good, but obviously we got homework, and the homework was like always like, you're gonna do this and a self-portrait. You can do, and like every week you had to do a
Yeah.
self-portrait.
When
And so
I
I had
did
just had a sketchbook that was just full of drawings of
When I did-
myself.
What illustration am I on? I think I'm on 88 right now.
when I was in high school, we were told you're
87.
gonna make an art journal. So what would happen is we would get an old book from the library, like a book that would be destroyed or thrown away or whatever because of it being too old or
beaten up
too
or
run down,
something.
beat up, or yeah. And so what happened is you're gonna Mod Podge a couple of them together to make them thicker pages.
Oh, those! Yes,
And
yes,
you're
yes,
gonna
I did do that in
draw.
school.
You're gonna draw. I drew one picture in it because I was forced to draw, and I was like, "Fuck you."
Cute.
I've
You're
never
not
done
gonna
that
force me
before,
to
that's
draw once a week. But that like that is like the epitome of like, I will like put my fucking heels down if I'm told to do something.
Yeah, I feel
I'll
that.
even do that to myself. Like I remember us at Easter, I was talking to my wife, being like, I have a really cute idea for an Easter thing using characters she likes
Mhm.
that were gonna be in an Easter basket with ears and big giant eggs. And then I said, I'm gonna do that. Looked at my tablet and went, fuck that.
I have that feeling.
Why? I
sometimes where I'm
don't
just
know.
like, fuck that,
I had
and
the
I go.
whole idea in my head and just went, no.
I just go, no, we gotta do this. We gotta do it. We can't give up.
So now what I do is it's dangerous, but I'm pretty safe. I go through Pinterest and I go, that's a cute pose, or that's a cute idea. I'll mimic that to my best ability.
Pinterest is such a go-to for
Oh yeah.
pose inspiration.
Specifically because I use it for pose and outfits. I don't have the problem of just like
With the
a
age
deep-
of
a deep dive going too far, because
the interwebs, pose material is so good.
Yeah.
It's so easy to come across now.
I've always wanted a little one of those pose mannequins.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
There's ones that you can buy for like $40 that are anime pose mannequins.
Yes, I've seen those. They're so good.
And like I would get them, but knowing my luck, they would get destroyed.
I've thought about it just for help with proportions.
See, my problem's not proportions.
And-
I have
and
like a
pose.
really good knack for like space. My problem's like angles normally.
I don't, because I always focus. I've always focused, so
You have the
everything
trouble
else
of
is
zooming in
out.
too far.
Yeah, I have the trouble zooming in too far.
That's something I do sometimes. But no, my track history of I've owned like 10 Gunpla and I have half a one to my name now.
Oh no.
Yeah, they always fall or get tossed somewhere and then a dog grabs it, or I build it and I lose a part mid construct. I hate that one still to this day.
Do we have
I
Devon yet?
lost a shoulder mount, and which meant it could never be finished because the shoulder could never be attached.
Mm.
Oh, that one sucks the worst still to this day.
Devon's dead. He's fucking
Devon's dead.
Oh my
His laundry
god, it's
killed him.
Devon.
Okay, well,
It's
let's
Devon.
continue on. He'll eventually join us, or he won't.
Yeah, we probably should continue on. I'm sure he's fine without the recap.
Yeah.
In the meantime,
It's only like
here's,
the most condensed version of the.
In the meantime, here's Yurzin on a toilet.
My throne.
I love
He
how
is
some people.
truly the. He's Belphegor.
God, you're right. I love how some people actually thought the fucking plastic chair was real.
It's such a goddamn good mod,
There
though.
was some streamers that went, "Where's the plastic chair?" Wait, that's not actually what's there.
It's such a good model.
Dante can smell that piece of shit from up here. He needs to be flushed. Okay. Anyway, so chapter 3, where things really do take an interesting turn.
So like the end of 2 gets serious, but 3 proves that it doesn't lighten up as much as we think.
No, things do not get lighter in.
We can
in
only
3.
attempt.
I mean, it lightens up a little.
We can only attempt.
We have light moments, which I'll get into during my recap.
Oh, good.
I'm entirely doing this from memory, by the way, so the fact that I'm doing this well is surprising.
Oh,
I
yeah.
remember most of it too, so it's like,
Maybe because you've written out recaps so much at this point
Perhaps.
for them.
it's so funny how you stop like halfway.
So, I didn't. I still have all the recaps written. I just haven't posted them. Okay, so chapter 3 begins with chapter 2 had ended with you being called to Castletown by Joralf,
Right.
which we picked up on pretty much right away, as rumors of the first public announcement from the king in a while was going to be made that day as you go to meet with Joralf, who informs you of the death of Sir Link of Linden.
Mm-hmm.
Hello, Devon.
Hello.
Oh,
Hey, just in time.
I'm just doing the recap for this next one.
My goodness.
Which is exactly the reason of the king's announcement, which Joralf, going above his station, had given you guys authorization to go see a prisoner in the Arbiter's grounds in the Gerudo Desert. You of course had met with Kaladalia, who lifted the curse on Eon, and you had also met Shahana there, who you hadn't seen since chapter 1. Who ended up going with you along the way to the Gerudo Desert. On the way, you were chased down by Bisht, who had flown in after your guys' cart had been destroyed by a bunch of Blinn on the bridge with a catapult.
So ridiculous.
It was, yeah. And thus, you guys have only ever gone on the cart once more.
Yeah, we don't know if you're gonna blow the next one up when they finally buy it.
The irony, the car was almost never that useful, besides carrying stuff, because Eon just couldn't travel along because he was too heavy. So we always had to travel at the speed of Eon.
Mm-hmm.
I do remember that at that point, even with horses, you still use the standard rules because we never realized that there's actually additional rules for if you're using mounts with faster travel speeds. So it was the situation where I was like, what's the point of even buying horses if we can't go faster?
Okay. As you get to the Gerudo Desert, you manage to get in. You make your way to the Arbiter's grounds that you're led into on the request of Joralf, who forged the signature of the king. Because you guys were not actually allowed in there.
Yeah. What's the king gonna do about it?
As you had met with the sole prisoner of the Arbitr's grounds, being Ganondorf Dragmire, who was imprisoned there after his whole going calamity corrupt.
Yeah.
After he was framed for killing the queen. He told you his story. Rambu gave him a hug. The last hug that Rambu ever gave.
Damn.
So true.
Then, as you were making your way up, you were the chains of the elevator were broken. As you were plunged to the depths of the Arbiter's grounds, where you had to face a few trials to be able to get out. And that was, of course, where you first met Jamie, the guard that
Jamie.
reasonably should not have survived.
But he did because he was with us.
You guys.
We
got
can
through-
save as many people as. I'm sorry.
He
you
has
guys-
player levels now, right? Totally.
I think he's got psychic
He's
levels,
psychic.
actually. Yeah.
Yeah. Scales of the party.
He had. You guys had beaten the 3 trials. Found Groos's tomb.
Right. I forgot about that. I remember you specifically mentioning that.
And claimed your prize. You all had encountered visions, tests from the goddess of the Sand Mirror, some more revealing about your inner selves, and others being more guided towards the future. And when you did eventually get out, you first encountered the Blade Master, who had incapacitated a majority of the camp. A bit of an annoying fight led to Shahana using divine power to make him piss off.
Piss off. Powered piss off.
Powered piss off.
Our word leave.
That'd be a 5th level power word, I think.
Damn, suggestion got a huge buff.
And helping to sort of recuperate the camp, you first met a teleporting in Agros and Ophelia, who sent you away to head back. Very much in a bit of trouble. As you made your way back, you got back to the camp. It was under attack by the Yiga clan and a armored dragon, which, as you had discovered to be Manellan. You managed to fend off a lot of the Yiga, as Kazolf blasted Manellan away with Striker Silver Dawn. Which, hey, guess what? It's Papa.
Yeah.
Bit of conversation there. You eventually you were given the direction to right, you guys
Powered
actually
leave.
you actually managed to get back to the city, where there was a few conversations had, and Lynn got married.
Yeah. Got a
Did
ceremony. Rambu is a priest.
No,
Yes.
that was actually after after you guys got back from Crescent Moon, wasn't it?
Yes. That was
Correct.
one of the last
Yeah.
things
It was
that happened.
before Minolin,
You-
after Crescent Moon.
You guys had gotten a lead on Crescent Moon Cove, where presumably Marin had gone, as she was the last one to have known Link's whereabouts before he died. Um, and you went there. You staked out their treasury, which had a lot of its treasure stolen. One time when Rambu was in there, she got gassed.
Ah.
To this day, I will be sad I did not stay.
Mm-hmm.
Because it was one of those
Ninth
things
level
where, like,
sleep.
Eon's like, she shouldn't stay alone, but everyone was like, no, she's fine. And then to this day, Eon's like, I should have.
I don't think any of us expected 9th level sleep equivalent.
Oh, of course. We also, but you get what I mean. This is like one
But
of those
it's the
things.
thing where you're like, I should have followed my gut, says Eon, and I
would-
didn't.
Like before, when someone's
Um,
sick, Eon would like maybe leave them. But now it's like, no,
Where-
there's 100% 24 hours. I'm with you.
Anyway, when where Rambu found herself kidnapped by what she first saw as Lizalfos were actually Yiga clan. Had brought her to Manellan's lair, where she apparently did end up being magically forced to talk, though she does not necessarily remember what she told. And she first got her mark from Argarok.
Oof.
Whereas the rest of the party was staying outside of the village at the time. Of course, this is where you met the Lotus and Thunderstaff. I'm kind of skipping over things with the recap. A little bit here.
Jason!
And you met Jason, who was
Jason,
who's the
certified
one-
B rank.
certified
Oh,
B
boy.
rank. You had suspicions on Thunderstaff, of course, being a pirate captain, and the Red Lotus, Camilla, being more of an ally. You also, around the same time, discovered that Marin was a bird.
Burp. That damn seagull from the beginning.
The damn seagull. And you were given a lead on where Rambu might have been. And turns out the lead was right, even though it was kind of a loose lead, as you had found her in a cave belonging to a rival bandit group. A encounter with the Yiga clan proved your suspicions that they were somehow involved, and you invaded Thunderstaff's home, who effectively revealed himself as a warlock who was working with Manellan. All eventually coming to a head the next morning when you assaulted Thunderstaff's crew before he could depart. Eventually ending off with Conrad gunning Thunderstaff down with a single shot to the head.
He executed him.
He outright executed him.
Fucking deserved it.
It was such a good kill.
It was. I'm so glad we went with it.
And effectively leaving Crescent Moon Cove in a bit of a undetermined place, but now you had Marin, who had promised to lead you guys to where Link was killed. In exchange for helping her out, pretty much.
Mm-hmm.
You went back to Castletown, back to Somna, where Lynn and Somna got a Hylian wedding.
Yep.
And you picked up Impa and Ophelia, who had decided to join the fray because she was a bit worried about the state of Hyrule, especially after the attack on the Gerudo front, and Shahana to head to Manellan's lair. During this time, Rambu started having these visions about Argarok and conversations with Stella in her dreams, eventually making a pact with the dragon. to give her funky new powers. That totally all turned out well, right?
Yep.
Um.
Funny thing, Argrok is even the suspicious one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
If you're saying anything, Devon, you're muted.
I'm not.
You're not? Okay.
Please continue.
Okay. You ended up heading to the ruins of Kramun, where you encountered several more Darknuts. You had descended down into the as well as weird Darkfire dragon, Darkfire wyverns as well.
Yeah.
They were fun. You descended
I wanted to make
into
this.
descended into a pit, into a sinkhole where the entrance to her lair is, well, entrance to the entrance to her lair was, eventually leading down several caverns into where you encountered more lesser Darknuts and a deep dragon, a corrupted fairy.
Yeah.
Who had her fountain intersected with the Malice River, as well as a knight that turned into a Cerberus, the Blade Master again. I think there was one other boss.
Knight who ended up proving to be the guy who actually betrayed everyone in the camp.
Yeah. I don't actually remember what the third. It might have. Was there a third boss?
Wasn't it
Did you mention the three?
the Return of Grimm?
That was in
did you
chapter 2.
That was in
Did you-
chapter 2.
Did
Yeah.
you mention the three?
Yeah, they were important.
elemental.
They were Darknuts.
Yeah.
They were a cool fight. That's about it.
The freaking Wyvern Rider, or the Deep Dragon Dark Nut situation down there,
Yeah.
I think.
Hyle pushing a demon. No, that was chapter 4. Never mind.
The Demodongo.
Hyle being a problem.
I'm
Hyle
always
being
a problem.
Um,
This was the chapter where I proved how funny the
Hmm.
multiplier of jump and step of the wind could
yes. Also, the room of reflections where you fought everyone's shadows except Rambu's and Shahana's,
be. Where we murdered Eon first.
where you murdered
Damn.
Eon first.
Good idea.
Hey, we know what's up.
All in the meantime, given a sort of additional room for you guys to rest up in by Stella, where Shahana and Hyle's growing romance really blossomed. Before you ended up finally fighting Manellan herself. Before the battle, which it had been revealed that Rambu had made a pact with a demon,
Oh, Rambu.
and something about what Manellan had done to her had temporarily turned her against the party. But was it really temporary?
It was shut down quick for that one, at least.
Eventually, she was able to regain control of her actions, and Manellan in the battle turned into the dragon, transported you to a funny little plane, a demon plane. And you guys put her down with Rambu putting a good fire knife or something into
Many
her throat.
knives.
Or something.
Many knife.
Many knives.
Many kunai.
With all that, you claimed her hoard. The Lynn had opted to return to the Twilight Realm after the hints of his wife getting corrupted and potentially becoming the Twilight King had been had been a pressing issue. You had all of you had met with the king, except Rambu, who had to face the consequences of her actions.
Yeah.
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 And was there any other like major ending bits for that?
Telling the king off effectively.
Yeah, pretty much
during
telling the
that.
king off.
And telling Agros to go fuck himself.
Warranted.
Warranted. Considering what we know
Yeah.
now.
He did fuck himself over.
During that chapter, you had also learned that that Shahana was the daughter of Queen Katarine, as revealed by Impa. Other than that, what's up?
So,
This was
to this day, this is like a dense one.
This is a very nice one.
This was definitely the one where the most amount of Devon I need to pull you over to a call occurred.
Yeah.
For like
A
up
lot
to
of it-
solid 30 minutes at times.
A lot of
Just-
it's
just
like,
there was the
hey,
kidnapping.
yeah, that did happen.
Then there was the torture,
Also happened, yeah.
and then there was the post-torture torture,
Hmm?
True.
and then there was the corruption. It's like 4 or 5 different times.
It was really just the one that relates to Manellan, and then the rest were talking with Argorox or Manellan, not Manellan, or Stella.
Yeah. Joralf definitely, if he hadn't proved in prologue that he was a very good boy for the fact that he snuck on the ship pretending, he definitely proved that he was one of the best boys in this chapter.
As I asked all the other ones, was there anything cut? Or was this pretty much as planned?
I had greater plans for that I could not tell you, honestly, because it's been long enough. Like regarding Crescent Moon Cove, if the Kraken Witch were still related, Crescent Moon Cove would actually be a 2-parter.
That makes sense.
Overall, I'm actually pretty happy with what we got.
I think this was the chapter where player decisions made what you ended up doing for the most part.
Because
a lot of my
early on
plans did end up changing, and this was one of the chapters that I was developing only a couple sessions ahead.
Yeah.
I remember you talking about that. This was also the big backstory for a lot of people.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what? I still have never seen Hyle's. I remember it being like, do you want others to see? Do you want them to watch it afterwards? And then I remember Silver being like, no, wait some time before you watch it. And I was like, okay, and I just never went back and watched it, so I have no idea what happened in Hyle's.
Gotcha. I don't even remember.
It was like you fighting your mom or something, I think.
Yeah. I never believed it.
Facing more or less about facing himself, in effect.
Like I've also not seen Lynn's for the same reason.
That's fair. I think Lynn's was probably the densest. Rambu's, I think, proved something to me, and that gave me a direction of where I was interested in.
I don't remember Rambu's off the top of my head.
The one specific line of being there's darkness in you.
Yeah.
What was Rambu's? I don't remember. Right
Rambu's was
wasn't
all about getting
a backstory thing.
Wasn't a backstory thing. It was all about all about
got hijacked.
Trying to see through her regrets effectively.
Oh, okay.
And if she
well,
would
of
have
course, I
done anything
remember
differently.
mine, but I try to remember most of the others that were shown. I still love to this day. I love you as Orin going, I have a fascination of cooking, and just in the background, Silver going, oh shit.
Ah, shit.
That's like embedded in my head.
I tend to catch things pretty quickly, so it's the moment I recognize it, I will go, oh fuck yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Now I don't want this to ruin the relationship. But by then was Hyle destined to be the hero? In quotation marks, hero.
No, I was leaning.
I think that was
leaning
until
towards
chapter 4 or 5.
I was leaning toward Hyle being the one that takes the boast. There was still a chance, like, I could be surprised.
Okay. The reason I'm saying this, and I don't want to ruin, because I love Shahana's and Hyle's relationship, but it's just Zelda in a different form of the hero.
It is funny that way, huh?
Yes,
it's funny
that's
that
why
way.
I was like,
I don't.
was that fucking planned?
I
Was
don't
it
think
like-
about it.
That was just like how it turned out.
I mean, the same reason she fell in love with him is probably the same reason that he gets the sword to begin with. Besides
she
his bastard
She
energy.
was initially drawn to him because there was an impurity on him.
Yeah.
And after the fact, it just happened.
As
was
Silver
Hyle,
said
it was-
as Silver said earlier, you stole something from me. I'm still in you.
Stole your heart. There was a lot, man.
There was a lot. That's
it
why questions
so
for this
much.
chunk's kind of hard.
beefy
Like
chapter.
some of the only ones I could think of is like.
I already said my piece about ninth
Were
level
you
sleep.
planning on one of us being kidnapped the entire time, or was that just kind of a?
I think
something
that was completely unexpected.
It very well could, like, that event, if somebody was in if somebody was in there that could actually be put to sleep, they would have been taken. The fact that it was Rambu just happened to be Rambu. If there was more than one person, then somebody probably wouldn't have been taken.
I would love to see
just
where
your
we
valuables.
are. Because I would love to see where we are now, without fully corrupted, fucked over Rambu. Which is weird because I don't know what Rambu would be.
I think the Crescent Moon Cove situation would have gone over differently otherwise.
Yeah.
Ultimately,
It definitely
if
went
we were
to
like
Rambu.
Eon, I feel like Eon probably would have kicked the Yiga's ass.
Because the whole thing is like
'cause-
the gas wouldn't work because I could just stop breathing.
Yeah, you
Be like a gas is entering, I stop breathing.
it technically counts as like a magical sleep, which I think you either can't or have advantage on.
I have advantage on, if I'm not mistaken. At least I think I do.
Let me actually look. I have the game open.
Something you could do good
I
old
don't
fashioned
remember off the
beat
top
the
of my
shit
head.
out of you.
I swore I did, but it might just
Instructor
be like a different form of
Brazilians.
rested.
You don't need sleep, and magic can't put you to sleep.
Okay, so it was.
Yeah,
magic
he would
camp.
have been able to.
Yeah, so Eon would have been okay.
Which is like the double down for like why Eon specifically is like, I should have been there. I should have like fought against the party's wishes and stayed with her.
And,
Like that will be one of those torments for Eon forever.
Yeah.
Then there's the great moment of Eon baking a fucking buffet for the wedding.
Yeah.
The
I don't
wedding was a
remember-
fun situation.
I don't remember if I just had my wedding or if I just went. God, I've been going to a wedding almost once a year now. But I remember very quickly, I went to a wedding recently, and that's why I had the fucking buffet and how that wedding was going to work. Because, funnily, she was like, I've never gone to a wedding. I don't know how this works.
Yeah.
So I was like working through parts of it with him.
I still don't know how a normal wedding works because it's my family.
What do they do?
Not important.
Okay. I didn't know if it was like some weird thing or anything.
Okay.
Okay. How was it, Sid? How was it drawing Devil Rambu, as they call her,
Oh my god, hot Rambu.
as everyone else calls her?
Damn. It was good. It was
I'm gonna ask this
interesting,
every
like having
single
different
time
like
because
color tones and stuff.
Mm.
You really went for it,
Mhm.
from what I heard. They gave you effectively just a few things and you ran with it.
I don't know, because I got an idea of I think there was something in the like not instructions, like the details or whatever, there was something about teeth, and I was like, okay, I like the idea of her.
I
Whatever you would call that piece of clothing being sort of like a
Leotard.
little teeth.
Leotard.
Yeah, teeth leotard. I was like, I like it.
It was like it was trying to merge with her body.
Yeah.
Also, how was it drawing the Karen of the witches?
The Karen of the witches.
Oh come on, she has the hair. She has the hair in a bun. She's
It's
such a
kind of
bitch.
true. She would.
It
she,
really is true.
She
Everyone,
would
my
be
problem
the
is
one.
everyone else's.
She would be the witch to call the manager.
She
my
would. You're
God.
fucking right.
To both kill you and the manager.
She's taking the whole store down.
I'm gonna ruin
Yeah.
everyone's fucking life just because I got slightly a bad end of a stick.
Just because
Due
of
to
my
my
own
own fault.
mistakes.
Due to my own fucking mistakes, I'm taking everyone down with me. If that ain't a Lucifer move, I don't know what is.
That's true. I went. Yeah, I just pulled her up. I was like, ah, yes, the boots.
The boots are.
The
Yeah,
boots.
what
It's
a
the most
leg.
aggressive outfit.
Very leggy this chapter was for art.
Leggy.
Leggy.
Leg.
This was also
Um,
post new art for Lynn.
Yeah, we had the
Mhm.
we had the
red,
the bust
orange.
with the
Yeah, the red orange bust and getting his lovely wife also.
Yeah.
Mhm. I like both their designs.
Yeah.
Their second
Uh,
design's so good.
Mhm.
Every time I look at first design Lynn, for some reason my brain goes to Final Fantasy VII.
Yeah?
That's funny.
It's something about those pants.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
you know, the final, yeah. The
They kinda
final
look
was
like
very,
clouds.
like, long legs, baggy pants.
Yeah,
It's very
Yeah.
Final Fantasy core.
I can see that too.
I feel Rambu definitely earned the kill there. I had
mhm.
I've gone on
Both kills too, by the way. For
yeah.
both phases.
Oh yeah, the
Fitting.
freaking
That's 'cause she cleaved
using
the first one
The
away.
betrayal.
the betrayal stab and then
Betrayal
the,
stab.
and then the Eldritch Blast for Kunai.
It was the same energy as Rambu, like waking up in the cave and just having a knife pulled out and ready to shake whoever.
Hey, yo.
Oh my god, this was Eon. We realized Eon could go into the bag of holding.
Yes. Shoving Eon in the bag of holding.
Get in the bag.
Giving it to Conrad, who's invisible, and Bisht
Oh my god!
following as
I
a
forgot
spider.
about that! I forgot about that fucking situation! That was the best thing ever!
Everyone else is like swimming, and then Lynn out on the coast, like, ha! Bring it!
You guys took out that cave with scary efficiency.
Hold on, wait a minute. I need to reopen the game. I have notes about that particular situation.
Because I just remember like him chucking the bag, some dude opening it, and Eon being too tall, so the bag just gets to his chest, and then he starts lifting.
It's scary when we plan, and with Hyle in here, I mentioned it to you from the beginning, Shay, that Hyle was like, "Oh, I understand why I got this letter. It's because there's a bunch of nobles, and none of them have battlefield experience, so I have to go ahead and make sure that they survive. So I'll make sure to come up with the plans."
This was like
dang
this
political
was like
people.
the transition from kind of just running in to we have a plan even if it's kind of stupid.
We never just ran in, or at least Hyle never just ran in. He always
No,
had a
Well,
plan.
the only person that just ran in was Roscoe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, what I meant by that is like very much like we see a problem and that's our focus. We're like this was
Mhm.
the thing where like too many things were happening at once for us to focus
Yeah.
on one thing.
Hyle just comes up with plans scarily fast, and that's just because I immediately go, okay, 1, 2, 3, that's what we need to do. Okay, cool. I got the main targets marked down.
I have the note. That was the time where Lynn attempted murder on Tagu the Lizalfo, who was very pleasant and tried to help him find the nearest settlement.
I remember you had an entire conversation with him because he had Lizalf.
Yeah.
If it were any other campaign, that Lizalfos would have been adopted.
Yeah. Other notes that I have: Helen's name is spelled Helen.
By the way, that Lizalfos better be part of like the Lotus's crew now.
Having Lizalfos part of your crew, that's an energy, I suppose. Oh my god.
What's better than like a pirate that has a Lizalfos that just jumps out of the water?
What'd be scarier is an electric Lizalfos.
Fuck right.
It was definitely one of the moments where we are very efficient.
Yeah.
Did Roscoe ever get a sending from what the owner of the Cursed Curiosities, Snak's character's girlfriend? I literally have brain blanked on Caladolia so hard that I forgot
her name.
I forgot Snak's character's name now because of
Oh my god.
Fujino.
I blanked on Caladolia so hard I forgot Fujino's name.
Damn.
Aggressive brain loss. Anyway, did Caladolia ever do a send-in to Roscoe to inform him that she finally got the deck of many things he asked for? I'm going back over my notes now.
No. Because she knows where that is. And no.
No.
Considering she owns it.
Hey Stella, can you ask Caladolia to get me the deck of many things?
Yeah, sure thing.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, sure. Why did Marin go to the cove, by the way, in the first place? I don't know if we ever answered that one.
I think it was briefly touched on because
Link was like, "Hey, go here."
Was it? Okay.
The Lotus,
right?
The Lotus was someone that that Marin had saved one time.
Okay.
And Marin is effectively the reason she even probably went to the cove. So the Lotus was a confidant for Marin.
Okay.
Someone that she could trust.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
God,
that's
for the
what it was.
longest one,
He was
I
like,
think
go
this has,
somewhere safe with someone you can trust.
For like the
you got it.
longest session chapter, I feel like we had the least amount of questions, but I think that's just because of how
I'm feeling it, man.
like how dense that chapter was.
I spent my energy early.
Yeah.
Very dense chapter.
That's fair.
No, but there's a lot that happens, but a lot of it is concisive.
Not
Concisive.
not that many loose ends.
Yeah.
There were not.
Did
know
Linebacker
if there
ever
was
use
anything
the
else
fish I
that's-
gave him?
I think I already answered this, and there was a no.
Damn, he canned it for him everything.
Yeah, it's just gonna get more fermented and
I'm-
turn into a bomb in Lindbeck's office at some point.
It might have been
I guess he
used
has a bomb.
in one of the cook's stews or something. I don't know.
Well, they for some reason now have frost resistance.
For like
No.
an hour.
Yeah.
It was fire resistance.
Fire resistance
It's
for an
fire,
hour.
right?
That very
It's the
useful
only
thing
time you
on the ocean.
actually did the fishing table, pretty much.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
And the only time that Roscoe actually rolled on it, pretty much.
You took me away from water pretty quick.
I'm not
Can't
sorry.
fish.
I love
Can't
your
fish if you take the man away from it.
I threw together this simple.
And then I was
Maybe I'll
promised a fishing mini game for the arcade games, but then other people were so busy doing other things that I never even actually got a turn at the fishing mini game.
Well, we're past it.
Fishing was an
I'm
idea.
not past it emotionally.
If that's all for chapter 3.
There's just so much that I'm struggling to think of what at this point.
Did Frederick survive?
Who's Frederick?
He was a Willendar City gate guard.
Oh, okay.
I'm sure he's okay. He was in Willengard.
Damn.
Quite.
Damn it.
Damn.
I might have snuck past him earlier.
Somebody that you got, like, Bisht has sworn,
Oh, the
awfulness
mage?
on. Was it Fred?
Is it the mage he got into a conflict?
No,
I think it's just a gate guard
No.
who was doing
Oh,
his
it's a gate
job.
guard.
He was
just
a
an
gate
asshole
guard
gate
who was
guard.
telling me that I wasn't allowed to fly off the ground in Willendar. He told me to stay on the ground. And then when we argued about it, he's like, at least stay below building level.
Oh my god, I'm remembering the man that Roscoe robbed with a hammer. No.
Ah, yes, that's still in my thinness to track. Did I ever get my hammer back from Shahana? Because according to my notes, I didn't.
Because you didn't actually see Shahana again.
Yeah.
So no.
Shahana got her knives back, so she better give me back my damn hammer.
Freaking Shahana gets kidnapped one day, and it's actually just Roscoe to get, holding her hostage to get his hammer back.
Where's my
Yeah, no.
hammer? You guys better deliver this specific hammer at this location and we'll make a trade.
She's stolen. We're like, okay, which did it? And then we get like one of those cut out of a newspaper. It's like, where's the hammer? And we're like, what the fuck?
Where's the hammer?
Like, doesn't go me here. She's here. It's where's the hammer? And that's the only note.
It's where's the hammer from R.
Yeah.
And it like
God
Roscoe,
damn it, Rambu.
Roscoe knows enough about how to treat a woman. So 100% Shahana has the hammer on her. He sent a ransom note. He didn't like pat Shahana down looking for the hammer, and he didn't ask her where it was because he gagged her.
Anyway.
He's got this whole plan.
That's actually a woman gagged her.
I think that's awful.
What happened to Klein, the guard who helped us fight the corrupted knight? He has a shield of the forest dwellers.
He does have a magic item.
He's rising it in the ranks.
He's probably somewhere. I don't think he was in Castletown because it was only the really city guard that were in Castletown. He might have been with Kazolf. He might be alive.
What about
like I
Wilfred? The mage that Roscoe got into a wizard duel with.
There it is. There's the one I was remembering.
He is living relatively uneventfully.
He randomly got killed by a random bicycle.
He is a wizard after all. He would live an uneventful life.
Did we ever find out what happened to Yosef after
He did.
was rescued? He did? Oh, okay.
Yosef?
Yeah. Valentine?
No, he's...
The spelling
sad.
is Joseph, but I was told, according to my notes, I'm supposed to pronounce it Yosef.
Yeah, it's Yosef.
Okay.
The Valentines are relatively okay.
I thought he died.
No, he was the one that Roscoe.
Oh, he was the one
Roscoe
okay, got it.
rescued.
He
Yeah.
was the one that Roscoe. Yeah.
I got him.
He survived.
Yeah, it was the other one didn't.
It was one of the daughters that didn't survive.
Yeah, that's what it was.
I can't say they're doing well on the mental health side of things, but
they're all fucked up, and then the
physically
world
okay.
kind of died, and they're like, maybe everything sucks.
How's
Anyway.
Jason doing?
There it is.
He's
There's
fine.
the boy.
He's fine.
Can't wait for Jason to finally make it into the Underblight Society.
Jason being the one of the only people that
The-
one of
the
three characters that got revived without some sort of bad shit happening.
Jason, the B-ranked boy.
Jason, the B-ranked bombardier.
Alright.
He would be a
Unfortunately-
bombardier.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't have notes on why it is that I hate this person, but there's a Paladin McCall. Michael? Mikal.
I think that might be next
Mikhail.
chapter.
Like, that was
Mikhail.
chapter 4.
Yeah,
that
because
from
there's
Roscoe?
those.
Dead yet.
Or is that Bisht?
This is Bisht shitless.
Okay, that'd
Yeah.
be chapter 4.
Bish
This
is
is chapter
shitless.
4 because this was the one
right.
after
I remember who that paladin is. That was the one that you interacted with that
that
wasn't
guy.
Silvio. That was the one that was spying
Yeah,
on you.
the one we
Yeah.
fucking terrified.
Yeah, the
in
one
the
that we're
middle
like,
of
what
the
are you
night.
doing?
Okay. So
Oh,
moving on to
Perfect timing. Go to 4.
Alright, yeah, let's do chapter 4 and then.
chapter 4. So we had a few weeks of respite, as Caladolia had called the bunch of you to Forte for a job, to go to Eldon, which she would accompany you for, to acquire a artifact that is in the mouth of Death Mountain.
Now that we know a little bit more information, I feel like that's planned for something in the future. You can't just throw around a magic
Mhm.
demon lord artifact, MacGuffin, and not have it be a Chekhov's gun.
It's relevant.
Especially now that we know Caldea is
Mm.
evil.
Yeah,
hmm
I got ideas.
I mean, she's no more evil than Rambu is.
Evil.
Yeah.
I would say she's more evil than Rambu, personally.
She will commit atrocities for the sake
um,
of atrocity.
There you are met with Fujino, who you very quickly discover can transform into a dragon at the time.
Yeah, she didn't keep that one in the back
Nope.
pocket at all.
She let that one go like first combat encounter, in fact.
Mr. Wesley had spent his entire career preparing her, only for it to immediately go down the gutter.
As you, of course, also met Ocean, who, and the chief of the Gorons, Tagan, in Goron City. And, eventually, you also found the, a sort of B plot to the whole thing, where, Hela has been traveling with the merchant, and there are paladins looking for her. As you learn of the entrance to the caves with the Undergorons, where the caves of Death Mountain have been plagued by demons invading for some reason or another. You encounter the Paladins of the Sleeping God, the order that Hela used to belong to before being vampirized, and you managed to talk them down.
Yeah.
And Hela and Paladin Silvio are able to reconcile, as Hela ends up joining you in the caves.
Oh, that's why I hate that guy.
Eventually, you make your way through the caverns. You fight a lot of fiends. Hell, you even fight a frickin' Baylor. Of all things to have encountered, and a couple of pit fiends. Not low ranking fiends that you guys encountered there.
No.
You managed to pretty easily convince your way into the deep Goron settlement with Galgoro, who leads you to the mouth of Death Mountain, where you find a black tower, made of a strange metal, where the artifact that you're looking for is being held. Bunch of cannon shenanigans, shooting a bunch of fiends down. Fujino
Another
having
moment
her
of-
first instance of devouring a demon's essence.
I can say another moment of big bridge. Something's gonna happen.
Yeah.
A moment of Fujino having witnessing a cannon for the first time and having a high.
Yeah.
Damn.
As you guys enter the big old tower, you encounter like a bunch of things, from demons to Baboms to the King Babom himself, until eventually you are met with a pit fiend that is killed from the inside, as Lord Girahim emerges from it very brutally, who just wants to fight you guys. And he does so, and he judgment cut ended you guys that most of you didn't get damaged by.
Okay. I still remember Snak's reaction to that. It's still
my
clipped, I'm pretty sure.
favorite clip.
Hilarious.
And eventually you get down. You discover the main cage for the what you have determined to be the Trident of Demise, or a Demon Blade Aghanim. As you are dropped onto the flaming floor, where you are encountered by a Fire Goma, the like first boss of Wind Waker, but beefed up.
Yeah.
The Goroban, the Goron Bane. You kill him, though Eon is killed in the whole thing, and revived.
Second death.
Second death.
Second death.
I mean,
And
I
for
guess,
last.
No, yeah. For some reason, I thought Rambu died, but no, yeah, no second.
You guys claim the demon blade Trident, and give it to Kaladali and you go to meet Fuji's dad, who is the dragon Ferosh, who reveals to you that one of the dragons died. We're not going to necessarily go over episode Roscoe. There's not really much to go over in that regard. Especially considering there's like still open plot threads there.
I'd about to say we would, but there's legit just big open, like we have no idea what's happened to them, but that's on purpose.
We know what happened to Tristan, if anything.
Yeah.
And yeah, you. Oh right, and this is another one that has Rambu sort of in the end embracing more of her demony witch side.
It seems to happen at the final bits of each chapter.
Yep. As I think it was after this point that her subrace changed, or that her race changed.
Subrace.
Because she's been the Shadowborn fiend blood for a long time.
Yeah.
Pretty much like the entirety of chapter 5.
Oopsie.
Yeah, that's pretty much chapter 4. A nice change of pace, especially considering what came before and what came after.
Yeah. There's been a lot of questions I really have for this I can think of. Honestly, it was in and out.
Yeah. It felt like a consolidated adventure, really.
Yeah.
You got Fuji. I'm sure Snak would have more questions.
Yeah, he would.
Sid, how was it drawing the dragon girl?
Not only the dragon girl, but the hottest character.
Also that, yes.
Damn. Is that the verdict?
Of
Verdict for
Kaladalia.
Okay.
Yeah. Because
Yeah.
this was also Valley's, yeah.
That is
Yeah.
I was like, if it's
Also,
Fuji, I think we have questions here.
Also, I think the Blade Master finally had art done now.
No, that wasn't until chapter 5.
Right, that was the beginning of 5, right?
Not even the
Yeah.
beginning.
What's this?
I like how Fuji turned out, and I still think Kylie has the best boots I've ever drawn.
Nice.
Is that a T or a B?
T or a B?
What?
B-O-O-T or
Boots.
B-O-O-B? Okay.
Boots.
Oh, T.
Oh,
I was like, toots? What?
Toots? The best toots I ever drawn.
The best stories.
Lady's got an aesthetic, and you can appreciate the aesthetic in any sense.
Yeah, the weird girdle she has is great. I'm joking. Was there anything you were thinking of changing in this shade from original, or by now, because you're doing it pretty much like a couple weeks in advance?
Yeah, this one was pretty straightforward. I don't think there was anything necessarily cut out. I think there was going to be a little more Tagiriheem's interaction, but it didn't end up happening.
Sad.
I was probably
there is one thing that's that didn't get touched on. If one of you guys had died to Tagiriheem, he would have revived you.
Oh, fun.
You say him up since Hateno? He's been around for a while. That's all I remember.
He's been watching you for a long time. And he's
it's
still
like been
watching you.
Hateno, I think. Yeah.
I wonder why.
Because he didn't. I mean, he's interested. You know.
He's bored.
He's bored.
Oh,
Wouldn't you? Ooh, I completely skipped over the fact that you guys fought like a freaking adamantine King Dodongo.
Yes.
And Eon just
Super
wouldn't
Visual.
go down.
Eon just wouldn't go down.
That was one of my moments.
That was
I
a fun
remember.
thing.
I just got the ability. It would hit me. Ha! Fucker! Hit me again. Fucker! Hit me again.
Yeah, if you guys were revived by Giraheem, he would have given you a sort of fiendish blessing because you weren't good enough.
Okay. Didn't need it. Sounds like a skill issue.
It effectively would have just
Skill
been
issue.
like the Fiend Shard because the Fiend Binder was really heavily in development by that point.
Yeah.
It was actually very close to being released due to the Kali art being done.
I love us just skipping that fucked up demon in the tower, just being like, let's not even look at that thing.
I know how to deal with it.
Yeah, the freaking
Just
Him melting at the end.
mechanized demon. Who,
Yeah, like we turn down, it's like we're like,
Yeah,
let's just shut this door.
it had managed to escape the tower and then got freaking blasted.
Like it got killed without even us interacting. I just
Yeah.
like we opened the door, it's like eating a human alive, and we're like, let's just shut.
As one of the Gorons shot it
go
off
down.
off the bridge after you guys had gotten out.
Yeah. It also like chased us as we were leaving.
Yeah.
Like the door opens and we're all like, oh no, and it like starts scuttling after us, and we're like, oh no.
Okay.
oh dear.
Evil Eon. What was your plan?
Evil Eon.
Would I have just had to make a new character? Or would it have
it's
been like
never
a
that
part
simple.
2 of a boss fight?
It is never that simple.
Rambu exists after all.
Exactly.
Rambu exists.
Well, no, but like this would be like
it's
Eon,
nowhere. Okay.
the demon
Let
king.
me put out my idealism of this.
Idealism.
It's never. It is never an interesting route to just take away somebody's character if they're going down this kind of path. Because I want to see how the players react to it. I want to see their decisions, because a curse that just makes you evil, I want to see how that particularly affects
you.
how the player plays the character versus muhaha, I'm now evil, here DM, take my character.
The only reason I was asking that, it was being specifically the Demon King, or Lord, or whatever it is.
Yeah. Rambu has been evil since the end of chapter 3.
Well, yeah, but that's her being, like, corrupted
That's just
slowly. Eon dying is, like, the Demon King being like, so I'm in a robot now? Cool.
No, it would have... The Trident's personality would have swayed on you, but it would not possess you.
Okay.
You would be more inclined to do the bidding of like demons,
unlikely gave up the trident, or the trident would
You
somehow
wouldn't-
teleport back.
Oh yeah, I've had that trident statted for a while now.
Well, what I mean by that is, like, we give it to Callie, and then randomly it just appears in a room in the house, and Callie's like, it disappeared. Something's bad.
Very much. That is a trident you can have returned to your hand at will.
Yeah.
Because throwing tridents is funny.
I did like the scene with Eon death. I think that was something no one else. Yeah, it was just you and me in the private chat.
Right. The trident, if you fail the saving throw, the ever increasing saving throw, it turns your alignment to chaotic evil and gives you the flaw, I desire only destruction and chaos.
And cookies.
And cookies.
And cookies.
What?
If
Eon-
not
Eon's still
destruction and
Eon.
chaos, therefore cookies.
Yeah, the 3 C's.
Yes, construction, chaos, and
Construction.
Okay. Is that all for chapter 4?
Trying to think if there's anything specific. So I'm gonna guess the whole demon thing was pretty much with Fuji from the beginning. Like
The
being
whole demon thing?
Hogo-sha and eating demons and slowly corrupting her internally.
When it comes to Fujino, it's not a matter of her being corrupted. It is the matter of it making her soul wake up.
Okay, but I mean that still answered the yeah.
Wake
it's
up.
Always
Wake
been-
up, wake up, wake up, wake up.
Wake up.
But like the whole Hogo-sha thing, or not the Hogo-sha, the whole Hoshikuzu thing, that is a future plot thing that is
Yeah,
mostly going
I
to
thought
be
so.
covered
I was just curious.
in the in-between interludes. Okay.
Otherwise, yeah, no, nothing I can think of. Are the deep Gorons still deep underground, or have they like slightly moved?
No, they're still underground. They are deep Gorons.
Yeah, they're deep
They
guys. We did
just
get a little
keep-
bit
they
about
just
them at the
opened
end.
communications with the normal ones.
They're a little more open, yeah. Especially now that they're not protecting a tower that collapsed.
That's why I was curious, because like the tower's gone, they have nothing to protect them, so I didn't know if it was like oh god, we're free.
I'm sorry about that tower. It was evil.
The tower was not the evil thing. It was what was it?
I know.
The thing that was evil that started corrupting the land.
I'm sorry.
So honestly, it was actually like, despite whose hands it got into, it was a better thing actually to have been taken out, because that effectively cut off the head of the issue with demons being summoned into it.
So random
Mhm.
question:
What up?
Did the Tower of Magic or Magic Tower? I fucking forget how you say that word, that sentence. Did they get the spear, the trident?
The Mages Society?
Yes, Mages Society. Thank you. Did they actually get the trident?
Maybe.
Were we
Maybe, who
confirmed
knows?
that they got the trident?
All we know is that what Kali said.
Cool.
Cool.
Wait to fight like a
Concerned.
random Lizophos with the with the trident.
Okay, I
That'd be
don't.
stupid.
I really don't think that the leader of the Hyrule's
No,
biggest problem would lose an artifact that important to her.
No.
fucking
It
Lizophos.
starts at the lowest level. She gives it to a Blinn, then she gives it to a Lathasos, and then next thing we know we have.
You will, he will
Then
never
next
say
thing
it,
we
though.
know we have Silver Lionel with the trident.
Just put 100 Blins
Because
in a
it'd be
jar
gold
and see
next,
which
we
one
have
comes out.
silver.
The trident will come into play. It's just a matter of when.
Yeah, I have a
Mhm.
feeling.
Yeah. Just a matter when.
Okay.
At chapter 5, what we
That-
totally need recapped.
The final chapter. of this part being chapter 5, where you all at the beginning of winter in Hyrule, but just before the first snowfall, had all met in the in Castletown. Whereas the first snowfall occurred, you felt a rumbling when a giant old worm tower emerged from the center of the market, as well as a bunch of others, with a invasion pretty much collapsing the entire city's infrastructure, taking over in minutes. As you guys fought your way out of the city with the assistance of Astrid, with Harkin revealing a fair bit about a few things.
Fair bit about a few fair things.
Yeah. Especially regarding Shahana and her role and everything. As you were made to escape the city as it came under siege when the royalty seemed to have cut itself off with a barrier. Your first action was to head to Joralf's to meet up with Shahana and Impa, who you were supposed to meet there anyway, in the city anyway. Where it was first revealed to Joralf that, of course, about Shahana's background as being the child of both Phoebus and Katarine. As your first, as the one major thing that's would make sense for you guys to do would be to clear away this whole issue would be to obtain the Blade of Evil's Bane. As you went ahead, I forgot to mention chapter 4, the whole Link is alive, actually.
Link is alive,
Link is
actually.
alive,
That's the thing.
actually.
Oh yeah.
We-
You know?
We say,
Whoops.
Hyle
Oops.
going. I met your sister Shirley. And it's like, yeah, but you met my sister.
Diana.
Diana, that was it.
It wasn't that. It
Who-
wasn't in
who's-
that method of
who's
conversation.
Diana and how do you know my sister?
Yeah.
It was such a genuine reaction on your part.
And also, but us going, he has a sister.
Yeah. Which you found out to be Astrid.
I can't believe I lucked into actually knowing, guessing that he has a sister.
Yeah.
Yeah. As you ended up heading there, contacting Link to help lead you through the forest. You are led through there, eventually like getting much further in, trying to get to the Great Deku Tree, encountering snowy like icy things. Yep, icy Stalfos.
You see things.
Icy.
Icy things.
Yep. You met a forest boy, the Skull Kid, who slapped you around with puppets, of course.
Good old Pan.
Yeah.
I definitely. It was a funny way that one ended.
Yeah. The whole blindside thing was really what did it.
Yeah.
And you eventually made your way to the Lost Woods, which was not frustrating at all. As you managed to get through, leaving Link behind, because he was afraid of going in there, since he was more Calamity corrupted. A little more than he seemed to let on, actually. As you get to the to the Kokiri Forest and the Great Deku Tree, you are given a trial of the blade for Hyle, who was dubbed the one to take the Master Sword. You're entered into the sacred realm where you had to fight your way through several gardens, encountering echoes and aspects of a hero long past. When you got to the front gate, you had Shahana stolen from you in classic Zelda fashion.
Classic Zelda fashion. In fact, classic Zelda fashion,
Yeah.
indeed. How true, how literal.
Quite literal. As you entered into the Temple of the Blade, which was modeled after the Temple of Time in Ocarina of Time. Meeting a old husk of a guardian, who gave you the instructions of what to do in there. Meeting a algorithm that was mildly racist.
What have you done to me?
Who was forced to encounter sin for the first time. Leading you through several trials, determining Hyle's power, wisdom, and courage to make him worthy of the Master Sword. Where you fought a majority of the bosses from Ocarina of Time after themed trials. Various puzzles and matters of acceptance. Fujino ate the combined essence of what made up the an empowered demon king, and that had some interesting changes to her body. And it all ended with one final trial against the shade that served as the guardian of the place, that was revealed to be the hero of time, guarding the Master Sword, who Hyle defeated in single combat. Pretty good fight too, actually.
Yeah. There was help from the sidelines with the TP.
You got support. Beyond that, Hyle managed to pull forth the blade, becoming the newest wielder of the Blade of Evil's Bane, bringing that level to a close.
Yeah.
After that, making your way back, you met up with Link and were quickly ambushed by calamitous Black Thorn Knights and the Blade Master, who Link went ahead and fought alone while you fended off the Thorn Knights. During the battle, it was revealed that in a pond that would show either the truth within oneself or what they could become, the fact that the Link that they had known was not in fact Link, but was a fabrication by the Witch of Rot, Miira, who was a child.
Baby.
An
Worm child.
an unfortunate child.
Worm child.
Worm child. While the Blade Master was in fact the true Sir Link of Linden, corrupted and turned into a Dark Nut after he was killed. You managed to have the Blade Master or have Link support you for a time to defeat the remnants that Miira left behind, and you had to part ways with him before he lost himself again. You then returned, and all of you received a message from Princess Zelda beckoning you to go to Kakariko Village, while Fujino had to go to Castle Town, where Caladelia, it turned out she was waiting at the camps to get herself checked out. Because everything that she absorbed in that realm was probably not good.
Probably not good for her, no.
Maybe not good.
while the taking along Eon and Rambu to go there, while the rest went to Kakariko Village to talk with Zelda. The Kakariko team ended up having to prove themselves in the vaults where they would fight another guardian, a golem, and they would beat that. Talk with Zelda. Woohoo! Hyle's the general
We
now.
met with Tristan again.
And you met with Tristan again, and as well as Ganondorf,
we met with the G-Dwarf,
who was broken out of during the events of the Arbiter's Grounds during the events of episode Roscoe, and had made his way there to Kakariko Village until things could really be figured out. After the fact, well, in the meantime, as a blizzard started on that end, the other group met with ya boy Tama in a random farmstead, where they would help Tama take out a few devils, causing terror in the land, for a job for the Mages Society, and in exchange, Tama would escort them to Castletown much quicker. During this event, a number of Hoshikuzus showed up. One of them being Ren, Fujino's younger half-brother, who proceeded to kick her ass. And
Kick all our asses.
and shove her own sword into her chest, which unlocked the powers of the Yamato within Fujino, as that stopped her from being a dragon girl, and more so making her a blade girl.
Yeah.
Ren was made to piss off when his twin sister, Kuro Yuri, showed up, who turned out to be also Tama's boss. That situation pretty much resolved itself after that. You guys leading everyone back to Castletown, where Titans seem to roam the city, as well as a bunch of other blackworm creatures. And y'all made your plans and got back together. The band got back together. And you all went after the towers, taking out several at a time. Eventually, you discover that Agros, it turned out to be a massive traitor, who needed to be dealt with in the Temple of Light, bringing back Katarine, the previous queen of Hyrule, in a demon form. In fact, a unique demon form. They were eventually defeated. The Crystal Queen turning into a smaller crystal-less queen, and Agros being taken prisoner. You also found Harkin, who was not doing okay, and in the end had to be put into a coma. Otherwise, he would succumb to a curse that would kill him. So he's unconscious now, and he's still unconscious, in fact. Which, in hindsight, is uh-oh. You took out the rest of the towers, reading through the book that was provided, got a sending that I personally, or not gained a divination that I honestly misconstrued at the time and will live to regret it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did not mean to drop the whole Witch of Blood thing. I'll be real.
I used it to my advantage after you dropped it. I never asked Witch of Blood. I asked her name.
Yeah, I made some connections that I shouldn't have. Anyway.
The fate said, "Oops."
Biggest divination in our lives.
Taking out the tower, the 4 towers, before taking out the main one. Turns out Agros died. Weirdly.
That sucks.
Really sucks.
Anyways.
You got
Anyway.
fucked.
The tower got or the shield surrounding Castletown got beaten down. Also, Rambu has like a bunch of knights, a bunch of thorn knights and stuff. You know,
She had.
she did.
Still
has them.
You guys murdered them all for some reason.
It was
Oh.
completely explained to you. Don't act.
And then you rush to the castle after trying to murder those things. And you witness the king die.
That
Yeah.
sucks. Pop goes the weasel.
And now with a determined Queen Regent at your side, you go ahead and take a rest and then descend to the tower, where you find Alamira, who is a tragic child,
Mm-hmm.
and you fight off the child and then purify her.
Yep.
In a very sad music moment. Can you tell that I've kind of lost my energy in this explanation?
Yeah.
Crazy.
We have been going almost 4 hours with just talking about
Just
things.
mentions.
with the day saved. 2 weeks later, Hyle gets up to antics, being all Batman, I guess.
I will get up to further antics in the time proceeding.
And
The only way you'll stop our antics is to kill us.
I tried.
So since it's chapter 5, Sid,
And-
the rest of the art.
Indeed. And then you went to the coronation where it was where Zelda was crowned queen, and then Kaladalia's Say Luna. Oh fuck.
Mm-hmm.
Oh fuck, oh jeez, oh god, oh man.
I apparently need to give Mila some food, so discuss with yourselves. Don't ask me any questions because I'm not here.
Got it.
I'm
So
asking you
Sid,
questions.
between the last of the things, fucking as I call it, Summer Rambu, the other things, and everything else in between,
The other things.
Look at all this.
The other
like
things.
Blade Master.
The Blade Master.
I just forgot the child's name because I never called it.
Alamira.
Alamira. I did like
Yeah.
how Alamira turned out. I got to draw her happy and not sad.
And not sad.
When did he send you the comm for the Link Blade Master one?
When did he?
Yeah, when did he send that to you to
Oh,
draw?
God. I don't. It's been a minute now. I do not remember specifically.
Well,
You knew all along, is all I'm saying.
It's
this is
true, I
another
did
one of
know
those
all
things where I
along.
can't think of anything to like ask.
Mhm.
I have stuff
Now I
for
know
like
all.
in general, like example I could ask Silver, did you think Hyle would get to this position?
This position as in being the hero and such?
How he ends at where he is and how he is at the end of chapter 5.
To a degree, I
personality
never
would be
expected
different.
the Master Sword to really be a thing. I mean, there was a hint, especially after the hero died, but I was like, I was like, yeah,
But it's
this is
more-
about where I imagined Hyle to be when it came to like.
going off on his lonesome the train.
Oh yeah, that was always gonna be. It definitely was more after certain events occurred.
Was it getting the sword and?
No, not quite getting the sword.
Oh, okay.
I want to go. I would have helped Shahana, but I wouldn't have. It wouldn't have been specifically because of the sword. It's because of other things that I'm not going to go into.
I had a
because-
feeling that's why I wasn't trying to. Push
Yeah. There are a
Okay.
few things I have planned and that I just can't get other people involved with.
Forsaken, I am awakened.
Forsaken,
Hey, cool.
I am awakened.
When did you send to Sid the hey yo make Link fucked up?
The
Make him
Blade
look
Master
dead.
con sheet. Yeah.
Oh, for the Blade Master?
Yeah.
I've had the. I think I rewrote it several times. The Blade Master sheet has been like written for a long time.
So like as soon as he was dead, you're like, I'm gonna bring this in.
Nah. Like the actual comm sheet, I think I had done after chapter 3.
Yeah,
Okay.
I received the last sheet, at least from what I can tell, in DMs in February.
Okay.
Mhm.
Okay.
Okay. Then I'll move over to the Rambu. Devon, is this
Hi,
where you
Adam.
expected Rambu to go?
Ha, no.
What was your original thought for where Rambu would go?
Oh boy, let me tell you. I kind of thought that Rambu would continue to just be like the straight man, but that obviously didn't pan out.
No.
She's the illusion of the straight
One-
man.
One could say she's gone off the deep end.
She
Yeah.
somersaulted into a fucking K split dive.
Yeah,
So I do have.
it's
I
all
do.
good though.
It's all
I do-
good, you know?
I do
Alright.
have a follow up for the thing for you to describe. Because you asked Hyle, me if I thought this was so like from the very beginning is what you meant.
From like when you had what Hyle was.
Yeah, I mean, it's on the wiki itself for Hyle for trivia, but he is based off of Miyamoto Musashi. So the entire join the military for a little bit, probably fight in a war, maybe. Get up to a position where you could be a part of like a king's retinue, and then decline it in favor of, just consider me a guest. And then going off of my own, perhaps. But Hyle was always a free-spirited character. He would have earned the ability to, but he would have never accepted anything like that for his own individual freedom to do what he wishes.
I'm gonna guess Bisht is exactly where you thought Bisht was gonna be.
Bisht is exactly where he needs to be.
At
At
all
all
times.
times.
Okay,
At
cool.
all
All
times.
times.
Okay, cool. Sid, did you
Like in Kazal's house.
in his attic specifically?
Not in his attic, Chris.
It's so much funnier if you are.
No, it's not.
To me, it is.
All right, what's your question?
So, Sid, did you make Tama, or was this more of a like you had a basic idea and someone else threw Tama together?
Just like
Like, did
mechanically
you-
threw Tama together, or
Like,
him
did,
as a
like
person?
did you tell Shade I want a mage hunter Sheikah, and then that's what he worked with, or
I think it was. I'm trying to remember now. I think I was like, oh, I think a Sheikah would be cool, and then we kind of ended up in Yiga direction. And I know there were a couple classes I'd looked at because I was like, oh, it'd be fun to do like a Realm of Shade subclass.
I
I think
did
one of the
have
ones I
something
almost
after.
did, I was like, oh, like Druid of Stars or something. That would be. It was like, oh wait, well. Maybe not
Sarah's
that
turn.
one.
Oh,
Hey, we already have
I mean, I can vacate the position.
There's actually something really funny I have because of that. That reminded me of something from Hyle's original concept.
It's how funny 3 of you all were like druid
Gasp.
stars.
Tama
It's
is
a good
probably
subclass.
actually a realization of one of the original ideas for Hyle before, because I mentioned
yeah.
before I had rogue levels
Oh, yeah.
in the build. Originally I was gonna have him be someone who was more trained to be an infiltrator, and so he was trained to take on Yiga and stuff and like infiltrate. And so it was a gray zone of being like a Yiga inside man to a degree.
That's cool.
And that's why when I did pick Ranger, one of the favorite enemies I have is for Sheikah.
Oh, yeah. I'll answer myself my own question. Eon's pretty much where I thought he was. A little lonelier because I wasn't expecting everyone to just fucking book it.
Yeah, just like
Like
I
I had a gut
Edge.
feeling Hyle
Edge.
would, but it's just the moment in time where everyone's like bye, and it's like, oh.
It is
Oh,
very
man.
interesting for the character, and to continue a little bit for Tama's point. I mostly left like I just gave suggestions as far as Tama's concerned, and then just we workshopped it over the next week.
Okay. The reason I was I
and
worded
then
it
we
that
got
way.
a Tama.
The reason I was wording it that way with Tom was originally only supposed to show up for like
A session.
a session, yeah.
3 sessions back.
A little one-shotty-ish length of time.
It was meant to be a guest thing, and then
but we just work so well with Sid. We just click so easily,
Didn't have time.
and we were totally losing Garbo at the time, anyways.
We didn't really know that one until
No.
Until after, but
No.
like
a
afterwards,
decent
we
bit
were
after.
Like,
The writing was on the wall,
Yeah.
in a way.
Yeah, I mean, it was just nice to have Sid around, and there was no real good way to write Tom out of the story anyway. So
Yeah,
I mean,
it's
we
like
could.
I
It
mean, he
is a
could
good
have
addition.
conceivably been like, "Yo, this is a lot. I'm gonna leave."
This is a lot.
or like I'm gonna go to blank and help a person or something like that. There was ways, but yeah.
Yeah, or you could have like, even if you wanted to like adapt him into like a do-batter or something, you know, like just lean into the Yiga thing or something. But
Yeah.
Or was
it
just
was
with
like-
Affiliate's team.
it was very in character for him to stay. So
Yeah. We had the moment too afterwards where Hyle did ask him the question of, "Hey, so you sure you're good with this?" And I knew out of character that was fine, but I was like,
And
I feel
then-
like we have to have an in character moment where we do have to
Yeah.
confirm it.
And
And
then
it's
Eon
interesting
going through and
'cause-
going, "You're part of the team now."
Yeah, well, it's interesting too because it never ended up coming up exactly, but Tama, like when Hyle asked that, Tama did lie. It wasn't his truthful answer because it's kind of like Tama doesn't behave the way that is natural to him because he left the Yiga not a long time ago, like over the span of his life. Most of his life was spent in the Yiga. So it's not like he doesn't necessarily act a way that's natural to him so much as he acts the way he wishes was natural to him. And so he kind of gave an answer of like, this is what I would like my genuine answer to be.
he
even if it's
effectively like a
not.
faking it till he makes it kind of deal.
Wait,
If you lie
just-
enough, it becomes the truth.
So
Yeah.
just as a joke, should we not be asking who's Tama's mom, but who's Tama's daddy?
Oh boy.
Because
What?
Yiga.
What?
Who's the leader of the Yiga?
No.
Grisha is not old enough.
I know. I'm just trying to make a joke here.
Just throwing that out there. I'm
No
pretty
matter
sure,
how much Coco fangirls over him.
I'm
I know,
pretty
I,
sure Tom is only like a few years
accidentally-
younger, actually.
Yeah, I accidentally like locked Tama out of having secret parents because yeah, he's so old comparison to a lot of characters. Like so old. He's 30, but it's old enough to be like this cannot conceivably be anyone's.
Tama just going, "Hi, Aunt."
Like, unless there's time
we'll
travel
just
involved, it
start.
just won't work out.
I have very particularly gone against the idea of introducing time travel in this, even though it is a Zelda game.
Yeah. That's true, I didn't even think of that. It's like, not off the
Roscoe's
table
a time
in general.
traveler.
He travels forward all the time.
Roscoe travels through time 1 second per second at a time.
Yeah, man.
I will note that I'm of the stance that perhaps Roscoe's involvement in the War of Converging Time is not actually the result of him. Like, Roscoe might or might not have gotten dragged in to the war via because that was like timelines were overlapping and running into each other and stuff, right?
Yeah.
I've calmed down enough. Tama's
so,
just
like-
going, "Hi, Aunt Impa," and it's like, what the fuck?
God. He was so
Oh my.
scared. He's still scared of Impa.
Yeah.
As you
And
should
then you
be.
just see
Yeah,
Hyle
it's
shooting the
scary.
shit with her.
Yeah. Well, he has. I think he has like. I don't think he's scared of anyone in the party, but
in my
he's
in my
like, if
view,
they decided to kill me, it'd be over.
Well, yeah, they're
couldn't do
too
anything.
strong. You're like, they would be scary if I didn't know most of them could break my spine in 2 seconds.
Like,
And also, Yon makes cookies for some reason.
yeah.
Don't
this
worry,
robot
if you
can
ever
cut
Cut
run-
Tama in half with one strike.
Don't worry, Tama. If you ever run, I have advantage on tracking you down.
Uh,
my view is that Roscoe was in the process of being executed, and then was shifted into the converged point into the converged timeline. And so in every other timeline he didn't exist. But the one timeline where he was being executed, he did exist. But the method of his execution did not come with him. So in that split second, what defines someone dying? Is it the instant when the guillotine touches your neck? Or is it after it actually decapitates you?
Oh, yeah.
Actually, funny enough, it's been proven that some people do, in fact, when they were decapitated, did in fact live for a few seconds afterwards.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh,
we have reaction to autonomic nerve stuff, which is one of those things where it's like, we don't know. We genuinely don't know. We know that if you scream in their ear, their eyes fly open. But that does not confirm that they're recognizing what's being said.
So we get away from
much
the
as-
French Revolution. Was there anything you wanted originally in this chapter that just got skipped, missed, or changed?
No.
Okay.
This one was also rather straightforward.
I think since we've hit the time where you're planning them maybe a couple sessions ahead, you're not having as big of changes sudden.
Was there anything that was missed? Because you guys pretty much touched on everything.
There wasn't anything that we actually, if we stopped around and searched for, would have found other than what was, known to us at the time, yeah.
Okay, I've had
Because
a
you
couple...
kept asking us
Mhm.
if we wanted to stop and search around, and I was like,
In general,
No.
it would just be there might be some survivors or something, but yeah.
Okay.
I had some general questions. I was just waiting for us to get to chapter 5 for. I just wanted to go around with people being like, "What's your favorite NPC we got?"
That is a hard one.
Ooh, that
It
is. a
I do
tough
like
one.
Jorolf a lot.
Yeah,
Jorolf is a very good boy.
Jorolf is a very good boy. I just like Jason because it's funny.
I have to go with Appa.
Appa
Yeah,
is
obviously.
really good. Appa is sweet. Okay, so Shade, what's your favorite NPC to be?
NPC
know.
to be.
Yeah.
I think the one that I weirdly embody the best, and I hate the fact that it's true, is Stella.
Wow. Wow.
I
Slut.
think I like.
I'm sorry.
Soleil.
I'm sorry. I was like, that's the one time that I'm gonna go that far, but it's comedic timing.
I think the voice you use for Ganondorf might be my favorite.
It is good.
It's
It's pretty
something
good.
about just
I do-
the lower register you have with him.
I do enjoy
settles
good guy
nicely.
Ganon.
Mm.
Me too. I like him a lot. I like his personality. He's very
I do
mellow.
really like Ganondorf too.
Yeah.
Can't wait for him to turn on us again.
No.
I don't. I feel like it might not even be his choice.
I mean, it's not going to be his choice.
I think my favorite
Yeah.
was.
Oh.
Wait, hold on.
I knew it was gonna happen, but I was so happy Tristan got the show back up at least for a little bit.
Yeah.
It was like almost a last minute thing where I decided that, hey, maybe Chris should actually play Tristan again.
Yeah, you sent me a message like I was like in the middle of work going, yeah, fuck it, sure.
Yeah, sure. He's down
I
for
still
anything
remember
if you
how he
ask him.
works. I still remember how he works. He does
Yes.
3 things, half dies, and then finishes off the boss.
Yeah. That's a pretty good summarization, Tristan.
Um,
I'm just
He has a
waiting for
cool
the
moment, but he got to get
Oh,
his shit
you know
kicked
what?
in first. He's rendered.
I think my favorite line from that was when I got put down to like several hit points as during episode Roscoe against the dragon, and right before I shoved myself into the bag so I could maintain concentration on Bless for all of you, I went, "Get the hell up and do your job, samurai."
Yeah.
Damn.
And then that was the turn I crit on it
Wait.
twice and just killed it.
wake the fuck up, samurai.
Wake the fuck up. I think
Gotta
very
sit at the
particularly it's the Minotaur scene from Shin Megami Tensei.
Oh yeah.
Of show me what you can do, samurai.
Yeah. Very strong.
Um,
Tell you my favorite quote from episode Roscoe.
Yeah.
Oh,
Klab is Klab is a joy.
Klab is a
I
fan.
love how we're
waiting-
like,
I'm
we're gonna
waiting for
do
him to
this
come
fun
back.
thing, and then Miira kind of just went, hold my beer, my wine, and everything else. I got this.
I was literally panicking during it. I was like, oh shit, oh fuck, what do I do?
Oh, God.
It
Oh,
didn't go
jeez.
exactly as I planned. Okay, I got like a 5-step plan, but any part of it could go wrong, and none of it did.
And they practically
then-
just walked into your bag.
And I'm just like, yeah, that's just totally how it's happening. Everything went according to plan, 100% on the outside. Inside, I'm like, holy shit, that fucking worked. Oh my god, what?
Yeah.
And then it was the bands don't work like they do. Use a spell slot to dominate again. And it worked again.
They're a favorite PC. That's a weird one because you might say yourself, but like a PC moment,
PC moment.
like either player
Let
to
me-
player or a specific one.
I think any favorite PC moment of mine is like one that I specifically either wrote down, I need to make a painting of this, or one that I wrote a ballad for. And I do remember, now that I'm remembering some of the paintings and ballads, I forgot about the fact I critted against Goravan like 5 times in a row.
Damn.
But like, I have a few that like come to mind whenever I think of like moments between PCs. Like, there's fun ones like Bisht getting high as fuck to see the future.
Yeah.
But like, there's also small ones like post Rambu getting tortured, setting up camp and Eon just waking up when she startles awake, or Hyle having a very serious conversation, but not at the same time.
Very serious, relaxed conversation.
Yeah.
That is Hyle.
Yeah.
There was the entire I think I only told this one, Shade. There's a lot of instances where we'll be like in call after game and we'll just be talking for a few hours about stuff. One of the instances I remember is the entire conversation with Shahana, where it's in the camp during this chapter. I don't remember the exact thing. I think it was like finding out everything about the book, effectively, where she's having a crisis of identity.
Yeah, that was a pretty good one.
And it was after Eon, and it was just like, I'm just gonna walk in and be very casual and just take off my boots and sit down crisscross on the
that was
bed.
the one that like specifically I was kind of thinking of.
And I remember telling Shade it was I envisioned it as I am having a conversation with a friend, in fact, a best friend even, kind of mood. I'm getting her comfortable. It is 2 people who know each other, who can relate and understand each other. Just no pretenses in the way, completely out and just talking about it straight.
That was also him with Shahana there. I think that might be one of my favorites because it's the first active moment with Eon, where a lot of Eon's moments are passive. Like when Rambu couldn't sleep, he kind of just sat there with her.
Mm-hmm.
Where this was like the first time of like, okay, she needs more than just a person, than a wall to talk to. She needs someone to like give something to her back.
Yeah.
Which I just happened to be lucky enough Eon had a very similar situation.
I think the Fujino moment at last session was I think that's a perfect encapsulation of how Hyle interacts with people.
Yeah.
Because he does have he's got persuasion from his background, mercenary background. He's got persuasion as a skill. However, he has bad charisma. And so it's always the moments and I think this is a reflection of me as a person. Because of how much like I've gone through scenarios and stuff, I know how to make a point and argument, but I fumble. I will fumble through it sometimes. And so when it's genuine human interaction, it's I can plan as many things as I want about scenarios, but when it's a heart-to-heart like this, I don't know what to do sometimes. And it's awkward.
Yeah.
It's the flaw of charisma. When it's a jump
that's
stat.
the flip side. Like that was, you didn't need to have a big sob story to like show that they're not alone. You just needed to sit there.
Yeah. I knew that was the solution. I always knew that was the solution in the end, was just not a lot of people do it, but like we're out nowhere. If you need a scream, go ahead.
Yeah.
As far as you're aware, there's only trees and snow.
It's real strong.
It was specifically because it was a follow-up to Fujino going, just leave, and I was like, as far as you're aware, there's no one here other than trees and snow. If you need to scream.
Yeah. Was there any PC moment that comes to your mind, Shade?
As the person who watches all of them, that is a very, very tough question.
There's a reason I waited till the end.
Do we want to like divide it by chapters, maybe?
If you think of them in chapters, go ahead.
I can't really say there's a specific one for the prologue. Aside from like posts finishing off the Guardian boss, that was pretty funny.
Yeah, I struggle to remember some of the prologue stuff. There was the entire tree situation. Now that I think about it.
Yeah,
with the spider webs and climbing.
There's a fun moment with Eon and Hyle early on where they're the only ones to wake up, and they both go, "No, we can handle this."
Yeah, we can handle this. We totally could too.
And when it was a bunch of
no, I figured I know what my favorite moment in the prologue is.
What is it?
You guys leaving a freaking Hinox eye on Jotun Gallagher's coffee table.
I forgot about that.
And then snapping a photo of it.
Yeah, that's fair.
Snapping a photo of it, then having the fight on spread it around.
Yeah, that's very fair. I like the moment with Eon and Hyle there where it's like, no one else needs to wake up. They can sleep.
Yeah, I remember my specific mindset. It was it's only Bacalwins or whatever.
Yeah.
We are competent enough. We do not need to disturb other people's rest to take care of such an issue.
And like that's so early, but that gets the feeling of the leader, and like I don't think Eon's like his right hand man, but you can kind of feel like
I feel like Hyle always swaps between who he trusts the most in a situation based off of situation and skill set.
Yeah.
It's never a right-hand man. It's who is the person I deem the best.
But I'm more meaning like Hyle's the leader. Eon might be the protector.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Or like
it was a role definer.
Yeah.
And as I said before, Hyle came into the situation going, "Oh, it's a bunch of nobles and such. They don't know how to fight. I guess I'll go ahead and take the lead."
As far as chapter 1 is concerned, I can say, I want to say the conversation with leading up to the purification of Hyle's wound.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
How did that
Um,
one go again?
It was
It was embarrassed Shahana.
embarrassed
Talking with-
Shahana, trying to sort of gather up the courage to ask to
Look at your wound.
look at your wound.
Mm-hmm.
Because this was like Eon going, I know a person, but I don't know if I can contact. And her going, I can, maybe I can do it.
Yeah,
Pretty
I can.
much.
Yeah.
Overall, just the awkwardness of Shahana is always fun.
Yeah.
Which she's definitely has gained confidence as time goes on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
and
definitely.
Eon hopes that T helped.
I think he did.
I imagine that she gains confidence through her own experience, but I also
Of
like to imagine
course.
that Hyle has had an influence.
You probably had the most influence. Even though she's with like one of the most confident female people of all time.
Yeah.
Besides that, the honestly, the Dark Knight fight was pretty fun.
It will forever live in our memories.
Yeah.
Chapter 2. Who?
I think some of the
Honestly,
ones with
just,
the
like-
merchant weren't bad. I can't think of
I'm
any.
kind of tied between Lynn's interaction with the Valentine's youngest,
Mm-hmm.
That's fair.
or after you guys had gotten Hela her mind back.
That was pretty good.
Are pretty tied there for me.
Yeah, they're both pretty strong. I can't think of one over the other that's more. Because they both really define Lynn.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like
Um,
the Hela, because it's a little bit more of a serious situation.
It relates more to us, I suppose. But
Where like the youngest of the Valentines is nice because it's like a somewhat royal to a more used to it royal.
Chapter 3. That's a bloated one.
yeah.
Honestly, anything involving Somna is a joy.
Yeah.
Fair.
Because
Like,
she's a joy.
Oh, honey, you're not gonna get away with this one.
Yeah, like there's a moment in time that's a fun one of like when Hyle was invisible. It's not like an interaction, but it's just a fun little moment.
But as far as like interactions are concerned, ooh. That's a tough one.
Like
Yeah.
all their backstories are probably going to be pretty good, but I mean that's because it's like the meat of the situation for most people. There's a couple of moments with like, the captain that we had, or like with Minilin when she's defeated, that were good, but those were more like one-liners at the end.
I did like the conversation after the tower when Eon originally died with Shauna.
Oh yeah, that's pretty good.
That's one we mentioned a few times to ourselves.
I think chapter 4 is probably a little easier to figure out, which
Yeah, it's also a little more condensed. 3, we go to so many places.
I really liked the conversation between Hyle and Silvio. That was really good.
Oh, which one? Oh, it was the Hello one, right?
Yeah. The one where you managed to convince him to piss off.
I think that was the first instance you realized I had proficiency in persuasion.
I think
and
so.
Immediately forgot about it the next time.
And
I I think it was one of the few instances, like one of the really major defined ones where I had to use that skill.
Otherwise, probably the Eon seeing Orin's family
That was good.
was
That's
a
real
pretty good
strong.
one as well. It was a pretty strong moment.
Which helps lead
Um,
to the Shahana Eon moment.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, I like the Eon with Rambu. Like almost no words were talked in that situation.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that what makes it like so pungent in my brain.
So poignant.
Poignant, thank you. Pungent
Um,
words.
Pungent.
Pungent.
And then
A
chapter
pungent
5.
moment.
Chapter 5 is a tough one, but ooh.
I do like the end speech
I-
that I did give to for that final persuasion check against Alamira. You misinterpreted it, but it's still really good.
You misinterpreted my whole thing.
In
You fucked it up.
fairness, Hyle was talking out loud.
Yeah.
Which Alamira heard. That was very good. The entire situation of purifying Alamira was wonderful.
Mhm. You knew my original idea, but I
Yeah.
mean, I realized after you played Resident Evil 8, I think it was, I realized what you're going for.
I think 5 being so serious kind of made it where like there's a bunch of good moments, like us realizing that Link is who Link is and us giving him a moment.
I did
But
like
they're
having a
so-
conversation with Alamira Link, regardless if it was fake or not.
Yeah.
I think that still
the
means
thing where you're
something.
like, I think we're cousins.
By all accounts, that was the essence of Link.
Yeah,
It
by
just
all
wasn't
accounts,
him.
the conversation
Yeah,
happened.
because he was eating stew. It was Link.
Regardless of what, it
everything-
happened.
Everything that you were given was truthful.
Yeah. Regardless what happened, regardless of the situations, it was a conversation that occurred, and you can't take that away.
But I think like the ending Hyle Fujino moment was really up there as far as like player character moments go. Just like the last few sessions felt really good for a lot of the character interactions.
Oh, yeah.
I think that was, part of it is we knew this was gonna be like the stop for a bit. Like we needed like I feel a little sad. I didn't talk more about Lynn.
Yeah.
Because I was wanting to, but I didn't want to have too much time, and it was starting to get late.
And
Gotcha.
there wasn't really much to talk about. But anyway, is there any other questions that anybody else has? We can move past the entirety of like chapter basis if you don't have any chapter specific ones.
I did have at least one more. It's more poignant towards you. God, what is with me today? Pointed towards you, but
Directed.
it could be anyone. Thank you, directed. But it could be anyone. It's like doing this campaign. Has this like changed anything in how you see games or campaigns or the future being done? Because I have one. That's the reason I thought of it. Being so professional, even with how unprofessional we are, it has made me like I have a group of people that I play with occasionally when I actually have the chance, and it's so unprofessional, which can be fun and crazy. But after doing this for so long, I can't get into character as well because no one else is.
Yeah.
Oh, like
I suppose.
serious versus like joke.
I
Well, no,
suppose we
so-
do have
what it
Tuesday
is,
to compare.
I'll explain of like even Tuesday to a difference. The campaign, anything that is serious is done via text. So like you separate yourself from your character, which I do, with playing with you, I don't like the idea of separating.
Yeah.
Like when I go in the game, I am Eon.
I think
Ooh.
it's very easy to go into a game and adapt a personality that you've set out, especially when you've done it for so long.
Yeah, but like this
Um,
was the first time that it's gotten this level with me because it's the first long term I put
You only
into
go
it.
in a long time.
mm-hmm.
I always. Oh, go ahead.
103 sessions is no joke.
Yeah.
I know Eon changed the way Shade sees D&D.
I
It's the way it changed the way he has to balance.
I have been ruined.
He has been ruined.
God, he's
So
gonna
we just have to
slaughter
keep-
us as soon as I don't have this.
You see, that's why we just have to keep keeping the standards of disadvantage attacks and such in the
Disadvantage
future.
and resistances all the time, you know.
Yeah.
But no. You go ahead.
I'm trying to think of what it was now. The easy part for me with staying character is that Hyle is just an extension of myself to a degree. So I mean, there's definitely areas where it's exaggerated or areas where I embody the concept that I go for. But overall, look, I'm shooting the shit. I'm having fun, and that's what I want to do as him to begin with. So I'm
This
not
is
being
less-
rigid with how I define it.
Just the restate in case the question got lost. It was less how to be in character. Has this campaign changed in how you see things?
As far as like D&D wise, this given this campaign has given me the most experience that I can say I've like properly had as a GM. Especially it's let me evolve a lot more past past Curse of Strahd. It's I'm amazed I haven't burnt out yet.
Yeah.
Especially with how often you just don't stop.
Mm-hmm.
You're
But,
non-stop. Cue the song.
You take plenty of breaks in between, at least.
He does.
That's the thing.
And I think the Tuesday games help that he's not working on what's happening.
Mhm.
He can kind of turn his brain off and just play.
But yeah, it is really helped me. Honestly, it's helped me with storytelling as well. It's assisted me in keeping a more open mind about like what other people might actually be thinking.
Yeah.
Or like when like multiple characters are involved and they're not all just me.
Yeah. Especially when I hit you with the curveballs all the time.
Yeah,
Mhm.
you don't give me a break.
I do not, but I think it's great to do so.
Man, I'm so sad. I thought I had a moment with Eon at that final battle. It would have been so fucking baller.
Yeah.
mhm.
But it makes sense. It wouldn't work that way.
Devon, you have anything?
God, did I have the most questions prepared?
Yes,
God,
I
you
came
did
in with
have a
no
lot.
questions
I put these
prepared.
together
but
in like an
memory.
hour.
I've been very tired and
That's
focused
fair.
on so many other things.
I also am like a fucking talky bitch.
Anyway.
Tiredy boy.
Okay, final thing. We'll end it on. Anything in the future you want. Doesn't have to be this
Hey.
campaign. Any future thing you're like,
Chris.
woo!
Let
The Devon
me
thing?
let me handle that.
Okay.
You got anything to say, Devon?
Trying to think any other random questions. Ones that I at least know that can be answered.
Mm-hmm.
Because I have a bunch. I think most of them are. You'll see.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
Who do you think is the person that you would get you'll see from the most, Shane?
It would have been Snak actually.
Snak, yeah. I was gonna say.
Yeah?
I know
Ah,
his
really?
answer's gonna be
Definitely.
Snak.
Yeah.
I have been throwing the you'll see at him basically for the past week.
Oh, no, I meant for Devon. No,
for
it's
Devon?
obvious. It's a Snack
Oh.
one. Snack will ask so
Oh.
many questions that it'll be you'll see because he already does.
Yeah.
If you want to take a second to think about that, Sid, you got anything?
Hmm. Not especially. I think any that I have are also the like. You'll find out next time. Not necessarily from you, but even from other people. Just like, oh, like. I
To be
guess
fair,
just,
you've
like-
also been part of those conversations I've had with Shade at points too about things.
Yeah, but it's just like, oh, how people's care. You know, like everyone's kind of split up. So I kind of am mostly just looking forward to seeing how characters might be different.
I'll say
come back.
something to you, Sid. Whenever we get part 2 art, you're gonna have a time.
It's true.
Yeah.
It's gonna be a
I
time.
know, and now it's gonna be interesting. We talked about this when I started playing with y'all, but like Shade being like, I can't just load the cheats with spoilers now. He has to like.
I mean,
you know.
you're pretty good about like
Mm-hmm.
working around it. A good example, like we're friends, and you knew about a bunch of this stuff for
Sid
at
had to
least
hold in
months
so
ahead.
much.
I
know. There's so many times with Callie, I was just like, I
I-
can't verbalize anything.
I don't want to put that stress on anymore.
Yeah, you used to be able to just tell me anything because during Strahd, you're like, I
Yeah.
have this plan and this plan and this plan, and then I joined, and you're like, God damn it.
Yeah.
Can't do that
Yeah.
anymore.
Now then you went to Sid. Now Sid
Mhm.
joins. It's like, God damn it.
In fairness, he could tell you things, and then,
Because
and
there
then
is
you'd
always,
forget about
especially
them.
if it involves a
totally.
character whose name I don't know, there's a very, very good chance I will just forget it. I will just forget what character this thing applies to, or something. Cause I'm really bad at like holding on to it if I don't have like a face on the character or something, or at least it's a character I've interacted with. You know?
I will say that's a fact about me, but it's not true. I'll like if any hint of like what this sort of spoiler thing that I shouldn't know is mentioned, I will immediately remember and then hold my tongue.
Yeah. Oh, you know what?
Okay.
I do have a question for this then. This a follow up for this kind of conversation topic.
Mhm.
What for Sid? What was the one that you just wanted to implode in at the most for having to hold in?
Hardest
You're not
secret
immortal,
to keep.
Caledalia.
Got it.
The Caledalia. Yeah, I
Yeah,
figured.
you're not immortal. Like, just that he said the words. Like, you're not immortal, Caledalia, you know?
It's like,
How does it feel to have Shade bamboozle you in the exact same way for the 4th time?
I lost it in hindsight when I was drawing Callie, and I was like, I need to put a witch's hat on her. Why? I don't know. And he's like, don't do it.
don't fucking do it.
Snak, why?
It's funny. I don't think you were. I think you were doing the docs or something, Silver, when I was talking about this. But like, to the point of me like just forgetting shit. Back when I was drawing the character art, like at the very beginning, I had everybody's characters in their own individual folders, and so it would be like Lynn, Snak, and so yours was Karam, Silver, and I was looking at it, I was like, did they just change
Fuck
his
is
name? I
Karam?
did not remember that that Karam is just his name.
Yeah.
Until we were playing, and it like, came up in the conversation of the story, and I was like, oh, okay, it wasn't just, oh, they changed the character's name in between it.
It
It's
tickles
like-
me the fact that Snack
I'm gonna-
Fujino only recently found out.
I'm gonna head
Finally.
off in about a minute or two. Is there anything?
We are probably going to end off like in a couple minutes, I think.
Yeah. It's getting there. It's about
Oh yeah.
amount of time
It's-
game goes.
I
Eh?
I stayed a
Mhm.
little longer because it's a less stress-inducing day
Yeah.
because it's just us chatting.
Before we loop back to Devon, Zombie, do you have anything?
Okay, unless it's
Not
with me,
really.
I'm gonna head
Okay.
off. Y'all have a good evening.
Okay. Good evening.
Alright.
See whoever's watching this later whenever we do anything else. Bye.
Yeah. Okay. Devon, you got anything?
Are there any like big encounters that we did miss? Like if like the one mech guy, Do you regret like not being able to run him, and instead him just getting kind of blown off the tower?
I mean, I will be sad about every big boss that gets blown to pieces in one turn. But honestly,
sorry.
I made the comparison of the Colossus with the Sahelanthropus from MGS5, and considering how quickly I beat that boss in my latest run, I really shouldn't have done that.
Feel bad, but it's understandable.
I can't say there's any big encounters that you missed. I put across what I wanted to. Probably a little more than I should have, but hey.
Definitely, perhaps.
It's either that or like a bunch of smaller fights, so, you know. Yeah, no, you guys pretty much encountered everything that I wanted you to. Now that isn't to say it's everything that you could have fought, if you actively went for it. I can't really give you an example on the top of my head, but I'm sure there would have been one.
Somewhere.
Okay. Silver, do you have any other notes?
That involves me having notes. And then these 25 pages worth of them that I'm not going to scroll through for any additional questions.
You know what I mean.
You already did say that I don't know if this was on session, actually. This might have been off session. That Caladolia was a session 1 thing you always had planned.
Caladolia was always Seluna. And I have no regrets.
Nope.
Sorry, Snak, no regrets.
And it is not my fault that he made a character that was basically Callie's girlfriend.
That is hilarious.
No, it's just he made the decision.
That's true. Do you think? Okay, so it was like proposed or asked earlier about like, oh, like what if Snak had started with Fuji instead of Lynn? Do you think that Callie and Fuji still would have become a thing?
Ooh,
if it had started that early? Or is it kind of just baked into their relationship no matter what? Or their dynamic no matter what?
I think the dynamic still would have been there. Caladolia might have actually been introduced like a little easier. Though the one of the few hints that were still out there, because I did not give too many hints. Though I think there were a few that were not pursued because you didn't really go into like too heavily into Caladolia's character. Outside of Fujino. She probably, I think the relationship probably would have happened to some extent, maybe not to the same that it ended up being. How that actually would have turned out might have been a little more explosive. And maybe Evil Path Unlocked Fuji would be much easier to do. Who knows?
There are a few characters I wish we got a little bit more about before they got.
Yeah.
I wish we had a little bit more Grim. I wish we learned a little bit more of Minilin before we. I mean, honestly, Rambu probably learned a lot more, but most of us weren't allowed to know that stuff.
Yeah, I mean, can you share, again, I'll go back, can you share any of the stuff that Rambu had told? While she was mindetized? What information they were specifically probing for?
A part of it was about Shahana.
Yeah.
That is
fair.
how they attacked Impa and Shahana. They also would have learned some Inoshika things. And a lot more about the party.
Oh, it's a good thing I played my cards, so I do.
Yeah.
Everything else that that Manella would have known about the party was information that she gathered elsewhere.
I think there was definitely think about it. There was definitely a moment where you had effectively said, and I don't remember when it started. It might have been around 3 or 4, chapter 3 or 4. But you had said that, oh, you are doing everything according to what they want. You are always following their plans. That which made me rethink the way I was playing, because I think up to that point I was playing Hyle somewhat passively and more like reactionary. But I think when you started doing that type of stuff, like actually saying it, I started planning out things more in advance and starting to what's a good way of putting it? There was parts where I went back to how Hyle played, but I played it a little bit smarter. Where Hyle originally, like with the Blood Moon prophecy, kept that really lock and tight because he had that on a need-to-know basis. One of Hyle's character traits that I picked from the flaws list is that trust no one. I never trust anyone 100%.
Trust nobody.
Yeah, never trust anyone 100%. So it was always I need to explicitly find people that are trustworthy. And so when it came to planning stuff out a bunch, and I think Chris brought this up recently with like some of the things that some people said over on the other server, that I'm not a part of, but mentioned how Hyle comes across as someone who has the cards and the answers, but he still fishes. And it's particularly because of the way that information has been introduced to me and me reflecting upon past mistakes and such as Star City. With the entire Grimm situation, with the entire losing Hela for a little bit. The entire kind of going along with a lot of what other people's plans have been is starting to slowly make his own plans in the background. I think a big example for that is the entire Conrad situation with having him be in. I made this joke with you before. During Chapter 5, Hyle created 3 plans. One that most people except for Rambu knew, which was the Dark Knights, or not the Dark Knights, Thorn Knights. The second one was the one he did with Conrad, and Bisht knew about it because of the divination. Where it was like, if the Blood Witch acts up, double tap that with the gun. And then there was a third plan that he told no one about, and only Shade knows. But from this point forward, Hyle will in fact be making plans that hopefully, because of the way it goes, no one will expect, and not even the witches.
So, I'm hoping that I got across with this campaign, and I've talked about this, I think, a couple of times. Part 1 is not about victory.
Yeah.
At no point would I consider you guys have been victorious throughout this campaign. Even when you, like, sought out Manellan or anything, that was still not your own victory.
That was them setting it up. Manellan screwed up and she got outed. And reflecting back on it, probably would not have accepted any Stella's help, as I think that's a perfect example is with the Thorn Knights. I specifically killed them because I went, you know what, fuck Stella. I don't need your handouts.
Entirely fair. I think I really tried to drive it home in chapter 2, where like very clearly you were mostly just picking up the pieces and stopping if anything from further happening.
Yeah, there was never a win in that situation. Most things are already fucked before we got there.
Yep.
And
oh boy.
For the most part, the losses have been much greater than what you gained.
Yeah.
which is really most notable in Castletown.
Mm-hmm. There is a certain mindset Hyle kind of has, especially I think it's especially accentuated in this last one with the entire Alamira situation. Things affect him, but he does not let it define him. He'll let it change him in certain aspects, but he's not a person that is dragged down by loss and such. He takes it as okay, I can do better with this now that I know that things are like this. I can do better next time because I have this information.
Mm-hmm.
He is always a person that's forward moving.
Mm-hmm.
It is not like what Harkin said, that you're a hero, damn positivity. It's not that I'm positive and like I'm not an optimist. I'm a realist. However, the way that Hyle always moves forward is always believing that whatever decision he makes, even if it's wrong, even if it doesn't lead to the best outcome, is still a correct decision for him to make because he doesn't have the regret of not choosing to do so.
Mm.
Okay. If that is all, unless anyone has any like additional final notes, we are 4.5 hours in.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was solid. A little longer than actually, way
I
longer.
did not
actually, than
expect
I
it to go
expected
for
it to
4
go.
hours. I thought it
I
would be
was wondering
3.
how long it would go, and I was
I
like,
thought it would
damn,
be
we really
3.
did like a whole session worth.
We just had
Yeah.
a whole session's worth of the session.
So,
Without the session.
2.5 years condensed into 5 hours.
we
Oh,
won't
boy.
we won't be back with any D&D for a while, as we mentioned at the end of last session. I do intend on doing a few personal stream things, probably campaign development or playing Bayonetta. I don't know. In the coming weeks, we're going to be running something in private, just to hone my skills while I work on the Divided campaign. Otherwise, we'll see you when we see you. Into fresh new campaigns. If you want to ever talk about the everything that we've done in these 103 sessions, you can do so at the Discord. If you want to support us, you can directly donate to the channel in the Twitch link, or you can purchase our products on DriveThruRPG. Everything that we get goes towards art, or other tools to help maintain what we do. And yeah, we'll see you in the next campaign. So have a wonderful whenever you're watching this. Goodbye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.